We're gonna talk about we're gonna be talking about Lionel today.
It's not that noticeable.
Huge update. I'm sorry for those of you that wanted to see the painting stream. I will make it up to you guys. We would do a painting stream on Monday. We would do a long painting stream session on Monday. I guarantee you, this is going to be some of the craziest shit you're ever going to see. At least on this channel. I've been waiting to talk about this for a very long time. He is in jail, 100% confirmed. He's being held at the Norfolk County Corrections Institute. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I just have to, I'm going to let this battle finish, okay, guys? Or wait, did the battle finish? Here, you know what? Let's just do this. Here. Let's just do this. There we go. Because I still need to do a couple things, but, you know, we can wait for people to get in here. Oh. Looking magnificent, Malik. Thank you. Thank you. No. No, you. You are. Sorry guys, I'm still trying to get a couple things. Do I look cute with glasses? No. No, you guys are too nice, man. You guys are too nice. No. 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 F. Beat Bong wears glasses boldly. I did, bro. I shaved it, bro. Holy! Keep shining up there. K-Sut. K-Sut. K-Sut, my lord. Oh, man. Today is a good day. That is a good day. Oh, all right. I'm sorry, guys. I got to redact a couple more things, but then we're going to be good. Just bear with me for a little bit. Just bear with me. Let me send this tweet, actually. He's actually in jail. He is actually in jail. Fucking finally. Ooh, I love this part, man. God, that part is so good, man. I made this song 20 years ago. I remember recording it too. Man. Okay. Nah, I ain't gonna spam it too much anymore. I know you motherfuckers are getting tired of it already. Yeah, let me send this tweet out, though. Okay. Sorry guys, it's gonna take me a minute, man. Yeah. I basically, okay, so over the course of you know, all these years and months and all that shit, I've been accumulating all this evidence. I've been putting it into a very digestible form. It's just some of the stuff. No, Leanda, I don't think I'm gonna play Resident Evil 9. So far everything about it looks pretty cool. It's just not my kind of game anymore, I guess. I don't really play single player games much anymore. I'm probably gonna watch some friends play it though, honestly. So I need to redact some stuff, guys. So just bear with me, man. I just have to censor. I just have to redact his last name is all. You know, honestly, I don't even think I have to. Because everything I'm going to show you is all public information. Yeah, it's all public. Yeah. Thank you, Mimi. My eyes are much, much better than what they were. Yes, thank you for asking. They were much better than what they were. I have to wear glasses, you know, in the meantime here, but I had my first adjustment on March 11th. Yeah, everything is public information. It's all public record. Everything is. I'm just gonna do it to just do it. I've already done almost all of it anyway. I don't have to censor case numbers, do I? I mean, this is all public information. I don't have to censor anything. At least I don't think so. Yeah. You know what? It's out of curiosity, man. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Okay. So it just says to blur out home addresses, phone numbers, email addresses, birth dates, social security numbers, names of minors, financial account numbers. Okay. 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 It doesn't say anything about... No, it doesn't say anything about this. Okay. Well, at least Carl knows how to get a hold of him now for my money. Sorry, I'm just redacting stuff, man. Yeah, sorry guys, just bear with me. We're going to be streaming until 5 o'clock tonight, so maybe even a little bit later, maybe like 5:10, 5:15. I do have a hard cutoff though. Yo, thank you, guys. I'll get to all the subs and everything, man. Thank you very much for the resubs. It's just been an extremely busy morning for me, man. I really did not expect, this to happen. But I promise you, the things I'm going to talk about today are going to blow your mind. I'm just trying to do a little bit of catch up because I knew this was going to happen eventually, but I didn't know it was going to happen now. Do I know how long he's in for? Yes, I do. So I'll mention it again later, but get this. Okay. He is in jail for skipping a court hearing. Okay. The court hearing that he skipped, he actually showed up via Zoom. He was on Zoom. Okay. And the judge was confused as fuck. The judge was like, Lionel, no one gave you permission to appear via Zoom. This is an in-person hearing. You need to be here. And Lionel literally told the judge, he said, the judge said, when can you get here? The judge didn't even ask, or I don't think he asked. He just said, when can you get here? Lionel was like, I could be there in 30 minutes. And the judge said, okay, we will wait for you. 30 minutes went by. He didn't show up. 45 minutes went by. He didn't show up. An hour went by. He didn't show up. So the judge said, okay, I'm just going to issue a warrant for his arrest, and we'll conclude the hearing for today. I'm going to issue a warrant for his arrest, and we will reconvene when he is brought in. That is how stupid he is. He was absolutely terrified of that hearing because he knew that he was going to lying to a judge is a serious offense. Yes. So he, one, didn't appear. Then the judge told him to appear. He said that he would. He didn't. Then he didn't turn himself in for like 3 weeks. This happened February 3rd. So hold on. How many days has it been? Almost a month. So it's been 1, 2, 3. It's almost been 4 weeks. It's been 3.5 weeks he's been on the run. 3.5 weeks. And he turns himself in today. He walks in. He turns himself in. But to answer your question, he is being incarcerated until his probation violation hearing. His hearing is not until April fucking 7th. This fucking idiot, this stalking fucking abuser, rapist is being held for 6 weeks in jail. Not detention center, not the drunk tank, the Norfolk correctional facility. He is being held in jail for 6 weeks until his probation hearing. He is going to appear via that. They're forcing him to show up to court. Yeah. I'll go into all that. Today I'm going to be showing the transcripts. And I'm going to be playing some audio. So today is going to be a very, very interesting day. I just need a little bit more time to double check everything. Imagine going to jail because of Twitter. Imagine going to jail because of Twitter. What a fucking retard. That is the most pathetic thing that I think I've ever heard in my life. I think so. I can't think of anything more pathetic. Yo, hey Alan, thanks, man. Yeah, the eye, man, my eyes are much better, man. They're much better. Thank you for asking. You know what? Hold on. One sec. I'm actually going to text his sister. Let her know. Okay. He lost another lawyer too. The public defender he had last hearing quit. So they had to issue him a new one. I cannot wait. I'm going to find out everything I can about his public defender. I want to know what cases he's worked on. I want to know what questions he asks. I want to know everything about him. Because well, I'll talk about this later, but his public defender is going to be able to question me and question Todd. And when his public defender questions me, I'm going to shit down his fucking throat. I am going to make it to where he doesn't want to practice law anymore. I want to know literally everything about him. Every case he's worked on. I'm going to try to get the audio. I'm going to try to get the transcripts. I want to know everything about this guy. Because I understand he's just doing his job. I understand that. I get that. But I don't want his public defender thinking for a second that Lionel did not do what he did. Okay. Almost ready. Almost ready. Requesting public records is going to take hell of a time. No, not really. I can literally request the audio. I can literally request the audio for his shit today, but also I can just hire a private investigator too. It's fine. It doesn't matter. The private investigator I use is really cheap. He loves his job and he's very good at it. Finding information on a lawyer is not hard. I can easily find out what cases he's worked on. No, he's not getting out of this. He's not getting out of this. I said from day one, I'm going to hold him accountable, and I'm going to do that. No one else in his entire life has ever done this. Fatherless behavior or some shit. I don't know. No one else in his entire life has ever held him accountable for anything, except for Katie. And with the help of her and other people, I was able to find him and hold him accountable. He's not going to get away with this. He is going to... This is going to follow him for the rest of his life. I am going to make sure of it. Because what these people don't understand is that anytime they fuck with me in this way or do anything like this, it just... You know what? I'm just going to say it's not in their benefit. I'll leave it at that. Okay. I have my court timeline here. Lawsuit was filed, aftermath, Carl, conviction, overall summary. I have court docket timeline. Okay. Docket timeline. I need one more thing. I need one more thing, and I need it from Todd. Oh, is Todd here? Fuck. Todd is not here. I need one more thing. The fuck is this? Huh. Ha! Wow. Guess we can talk about that too. Okay. Man, I really need this from Todd, man. Fuck. Oh, I guess I can just... Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Fuck, man. Damn it. I was really hoping Todd had this, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm going to show you guys... Okay, there's one more thing that I need to redact. Okay, does Katie know that he's in jail? I don't think so. I'm going to tell after this stream, I'm going to let everybody know. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. There's one more thing that I need to redact, but trust me, it's going to be worth it. I'm sorry, guys. Just bear with me, man. Bear with me. You know how I do things, man. Like, just trust that it's gonna be worth it. Like, I want to be, like, I'm extremely thorough when I do this shit, and I'm thinking. I think the only thing else that I need. The only thing else I need is the police report. Yeah. Yeah. Because I want to show you guys how stupid he is. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I need. Shit. Fuck. What? Why is it not... Wait, couldn't find the item? Oh. Okay. 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 Let me see here. Here we go. Cut. I don't know if I can have the word suicidal be on here, so I'm just gonna fucking redact it. I'm just gonna play safe. Play safe. Oops, sorry. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm almost good, man. I'm almost good. Okay. All right. Holy fucking shit. Okay. All right. I think I am done. I think I have everything together. Okay. Holy shit. All right, man. All right, I need to like cleanse my palate of this shit, okay? All right, guys. I need to, dude, I need to cleanse my palate of this crap. Okay. Let me see. Wait. Huh, the fuck is this? Arthurs and Xenos need a lot of adjustment by the party and Cacbot. Their play is not particularly conducive to world prog level. God damn. Damn. Damn, these motherfuckers are mean, bro. Oh man, that's a nice rack, dude. Holy shit. Let's fucking let's look at that. Yo, we can look at that. Damn. No, that's nice. That's funny. Yeah, see, we need something funny, man. We need something funny before we look at this shit. We need something funny. Okay. Holy fucking shit. All right, dudes. All right, man. All right. Yo, everybody. Okay. Yo, everybody. All right. I'm sorry that took me so fucking long, man. All right. We're gonna talk about this shit. I got 3 fucking hours before I got a hard cutoff. Trust me, we're gonna knock this shit out, man. Okay? So, yo, I've been doing nothing, but there was a lot of shit that happened yesterday, okay? There was a lot of shit that happened. All right. And like the Runa situation, Lionel, wait, what the fuck is the wise tree? Like the, what the fuck is this? Oh, okay. Oh, this is the discussion. Arthur's not happy with hardcore rating. Huh. Okay. Okay, I think this is for another day. Fuck, man. Okay, I'll save it. I'll save it for another day. Okay. I need a palate cleanser, man. I've been doing nothing but looking at just horrible, vile shit that Lionel's done, and I've just been redacting. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about everything. This is gonna be a huge fucking update. This is gonna be a huge update. Okay, guys. I have been holding on to a lot of this information for many months, some as long as almost a year, and I'm gonna talk about all that shit today. Okay, I'm talking about all that stuff. But before I do, I need to like cleanse my palate just for a second. I need to stop looking at that shit for just a minute. Okay. So we're probably going to watch the Mortal Kombat 2 official trailer. And like, we're probably just gonna watch like a couple quickies, you know. But before we do that, I have to get up. I gotta get up. I gotta put my eye drops in, man, and I gotta grab a drink. Okay, so look, guys, if you're here, man, for the Lionel shit, don't worry, it's gonna happen, and it's gonna be worth the wait. Okay, I promise it's gonna be worth the wait. Just gotta bear with me, man. We're almost there, but just to start things off strong, okay. So I'm just going to give you like, I guess, the TLDR of what we're going to talk about today. Okay. Lionel, was convicted of 3 criminal charges. He was put on probation for a year. He violated that probation many times. It is all finally catching up to him. Okay. It's all catching up to him. After all of this time, after all of this harassment, after all this bullshit, okay, he is actually physically in fucking jail. And when I say jail, I mean jail. I do not mean the drunk tank. I do not mean a detention center. I mean he is in the Norfolk County Correctional Facility. He is in jail. Okay. He is going to remain in jail until his probation violation hearing. That hearing is on April 7th. So he is going to spend the next, like, what, 6 weeks? Five or 6 weeks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5.5 weeks. He will spend the next 5.5 weeks in jail. Now, from what I understand, they get very restricted, limited, supervised internet access. He will watch this. Fuck you. I hope you fucking watch this. I hope you fucking rot in there. You fucking deserve every bad thing that comes your way, and it's just going to get fucking worse. It's just going to get fucking worse, man. And I also want everybody to know that he downloads pictures of children. Yes. He as well went to my friend's mom's Facebook page and also happened to download a picture of her when she was 7 years old. Don't think I forgot about that. No, I've just been waiting to pull the trigger on that one. Well, today is the day. And you know what they do to pedophiles in jail? That reminds me. That's one more thing I got to redact. Because I've got that too. Give me a sec. Where is it? I've got a video of it too. Before his Kick account got deleted, before his Kick account got banned, he downloaded a picture of my friend when she was like fucking 7 years old. And he tried to use it to say that I was like being a pedophile. So he has a picture of my friend saved on his computer. I don't know if Runa and Lionel are the same person. I don't know, but both of them have that picture. Dawn Jail finally happened. Matter of fact, let me update my fucking title. Yo, Snark, thank you for the resub, man. Thank you guys all for the resubs. I'm sorry I'm a bit overwhelmed right now, man. I did not expect him to go to jail yesterday. I did not expect that. I did not expect him to turn himself in. And as crazy as it sounds, that has been the smartest decision that he has made in literally years, to turn himself in. That is how low that we are at this point. Well, he is anyway. I'm sorry. I need to find where I saved it. I need to find where I saved this shit. I have so many different things. I have so many different like files and folders. I swear, guys, this is like the last thing that I need to find. I swear. I just can't remember where I saved it. Damn. Where the fuck did I save that? Fuck. I sent it to Jody. I'll just get it from Jody. I'll just re-download it, what I sent to her. Oh. Maybe I put it there. Maybe it was... I'm sorry, guys. I gotta find this, man. I'm sorry. I gotta find it. I was compiling everything. What the fuck is it doing, bro? Dude, just open. Brother. Oh, wait, hold on. Did you send me something? Oh, okay, hold on. I have this video. Hold on, man. Sorry, guys. I can't look at that shit right now. I have this video. Okay, no, I have it. I have it. Yeah, I have it. Okay, okay. I need to... Okay. Let's see here. All right, let's do an... What? What the fuck? Bro. Okay. I never thought I would have to censor a picture. What a fucking disgusting freak. I never thought that I would have to be censoring a picture of my friend as a child. Shit just fucking makes me sick. I hope he fucking dies in there. I hate people like him. I hope every bad thing comes your way. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. We're good. I'm going to go put my eye drops in. I'm going to fucking get a drink. Then we're going to start this shit. I'm sorry this is taking me so long. I'm sorry. All right. All right. BRB. BRB. Okay. All right. All right, boys. Wait for this battle to be over. Yeah. I'll wait for this battle to be over. Wait, if it's a Norfolk jail. Yeah, it's Norfolk. Norfolk County Correctional Facility. Yo, Thal, thank you for the resub, man. Where is Kuma Drama? He's asleep. He's asleep. Just put it off to the side. No. This fight, and then I'm closing it. No, I don't give a fuck about this, man. Okay. I'm going to save game. You guys killed it? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Yo, Thal, thank you for the resub, man. 4 months. Thank you again. Cyrus, thank you for the 25 months. Akira, thank you for the 5 gifties. Snark, thank you again for the 47 months, man. Almost 4 years. Jowlin, Hedgehog. Dude, I still can't move even with these fucking glasses. Liquid, thank you for the resub. Got his ass in jail. Jackie. Dude, you know what's fucked? I think I can see better without these fucking glasses, man. Cryoden, thank you for the resub. 13 months. Kaz, Connor, thank you for the 34 months. Vrelia, thank you for the 33, dude. So many fucking resubs, man. Guys, I'm sorry, man. My mentality is not. This is not gonna be a fun day. Okay, unfortunately, it's not gonna be a fun day. It's not gonna be a happy day. This is gonna be one of those days where shit is fucking serious, man. Shit is fucking serious. We're gonna go over all this shit. Finally, after like, I don't know, 3 fucking years or some shit, finally, as cliche as it sounds, justice is being fucking served. Someone is getting, they're getting what they fucking deserve. No, I'm just going to start like banning people that like, guys, stop memeing. I'm telling you right now, here's your warning. If you meme, I'm going to just straight ban you. I'm not even kidding, man. Today is not the day to act like that. I'm just telling you now. I was going to, I kind of was feeling like I want to watch this fucking trailer, but now that I'm thinking about it, I don't. I just want to jump right into this shit, man, honestly. All right, let me see here. Okay. I need to pull over all of my shit. I'm going to pull over all my shit here. Okay. I got to get all my shit together. Let's see. I got the copy of the court timeline. Okay, I got this. Okay, I got Imgur. Okay. Okay, let me throw on my music, bro. My thinking music. Okay. All right. Okay. So, Yo, Mecco, thank you for the resub. Guys, I'm gonna I turned off redeems. You can still accumulate beard points. I'm gonna mute the notifications. They'll still pop up on screen, but the sound will be muted. I just want to say before we get into this, man, okay? I just want to say before we get into this that thank you guys very much for, you know, obviously like all the resubs, all the subs, man. And I'm going to tell you right now that I'm not going to be able to see a majority of them, okay? So apologies. Today is a very, very big day, okay? I got to update that. Okay, now. Okay, so. Lionel is in jail. He is in jail. I am going to explain who Lionel is. Okay? I'm going to explain. Now, before we really get into this, I'm not going to cover every single thing. Okay? I'm not going to cover every single thing. And the reason why is because there's simply too much. Okay? I have multiple videos on this. Okay? This is a very serious case. This has become so serious that it is not only a civil case, but it has escalated to a criminal case. Okay? So I'm going to take just a second to explain to you what the difference is between civil and criminal. Okay? Because there is a difference. A civil case is one that like civil cases never, the punishment will never be jail time. Okay? It'll never be jail time, or at least, you know, a vast majority of the time it's not going to be jail. Okay? A civil case. So I'm going to give you an example of a civil case. I sued Lionel for defamation. Okay? Now, when I sued Lionel, I won. And I'll tell you guys a little bit about that. I'll go over a little bit. So like this video is mostly going to focus on things that on the last like 2 to 3 court cases, court appearances, and it's going to focus on the more recent stuff. But I will touch on the stuff that happened before, because I understand some of you have no fucking idea who the fuck this guy is, okay? But you will. So this case has went from an online beef to a civil case, defamation, to a criminal case, where the defendant is now in jail. Okay? So before we really get into this, I want you to fully understand, I want you to fully grasp that when you are a crazy psychopath online, there are consequences. Okay? Now, I understand that some of us online are not the best people. Okay? And not everybody's going to get along. Okay? But what I want to say is that I am telling this to everybody. Never, never, never let what happened to Lionel happen to you. Okay? Use Lionel as an example of what not to become, because I'm going to tell you that it does not matter how low you are in your life. It doesn't matter how bad you think you have it. I guarantee you, right, that Lionel is worse. I guarantee you. I promise you, man. Do use Lionel as an example. Whenever you think like, oh, fuck this guy, oh, I'm going to get this guy, blah, blah, blah. Whenever you're thinking about harassing somebody, whenever you're thinking about defaming somebody, okay? I want you to really, really remember this, because everything I'm going to tell you today is fact. I'm not going to tell you any hearsay. Every single thing that I say, I'm going to back it up. You know how I roll, man. You know how I do this. I will back it up with court evidence, firsthand witness testimonies, solid evidence, 100% truth. Okay? That's the only information that I am interested in. If someone tells me something and it's not 100% truth, I don't care. I can't use it. Okay? So, everything that I'm going to tell you today was used in a court of law to convict him and put him in jail. Okay? So, with all that being said, just real quick, whenever you think that your life is bad, I want you to think about the things that I'm going to tell you today. Okay? Because it will make your life way better. It will make your life way better that you are not Lionel. Okay? So however sad you think you are, just be glad that you are not him. Lionel is the most worthless waste of life I have ever encountered in my life. The most pitiful, petty, horrible excuse for a human that I've ever encountered in my life. Now, I understand. Now, he's not a murderer, okay? He's not a murderer. He is a rapist, but he's not a murderer. He's not the worst person that I've heard of, okay? But that's not the point, okay? I don't make it a habit to go around making friends with murderers, okay? My point here is that in my 40 years of life, I have never seen a person, a creature like this, okay? So I want you to remember all the things I say today, and I want you to really think about how low and how much you can fucking ruin your life, okay? Anyway, with all that being said, who the fuck is Lionel? Okay. I'm just going to briefly go over some of this stuff, okay? This is a recap of what's happening. So, this document will expose Lionel for being a sexual predator, groomer, stalker, and abuser. I need to add pedophile to this because he downloaded my fucking friend's picture. Let me see. Okay. Anyway, I have included court documents and first-hand witness testimonies of every claim to prove without a shadow of a doubt who he really is. Any reference to, see the video. The videos are linked. These are the videos. The video should be on here. Anyway. Like I said, man, I made some videos because I needed to defend myself against the things that he said. Whenever I talk about Lionel, whenever I reference Lionel, it is always in defense to what he has said about me or the accusations he has made. Okay? And at this point, he has done so many horrible things that I need to update you guys. I need to update my audience. I need to update the people that watch. Okay? And the reason why that's important is because he has harassed some of you. All right? So you need to know exactly what the fuck is going on. Okay? I will continue to update this document as long as things progress, which they have. This document, for the most part, will be self-sufficient. However, there will be examples in video form not linked here. Okay, so like I said, I'm not going to go into too much. I'm just going to explain to you guys who Lionel is, and I'm going to tell you what he accused me of. Okay, so Lionel, a.k.a. Desolance, this is one of his handles. Howard Moon, estrogen dealer, etc. He has a ton of alts. A ton of alts. He is currently 30 years old. He lives with his mother. He has no job or source of income and is completely reliant on his mother to live. He lives in a 1-bedroom with his mother. He makes her sleep on the couch. He lives in filth. He doesn't shower, doesn't unclog toilets. All of this information is coming from members of his family. You cannot leave him in the home alone, because when he turns on ovens, he refuses to turn them off. When he opens up refrigerator doors, he won't shut them. He pisses on the fucking toilet seat. He does everything that like a 7 or 8-year-old would do. Okay? Is this the 35-page docu people were writing about last week? No, this is not. No. I am convinced that people do not like talking about this, not because they're scared or anything like that. I believe they don't like talking about it because of how real it is. So when I say that, what I mean is a lot of like online stuff where you hear in Final Fantasy, it's like, oh, well, he cheated on her. Oh, well, yeah, well, he did this. A lot of it's really petty and like kind of like high school stuff. But this, as I said at the beginning, this has went from petty to civil to criminal. This is now, you have an online troll, harasser, abuser who is now currently sitting in jail for that. So the reason why that I think people don't like talking about this is because this is real life. This is real. This is not petty. I want you to think to yourself for a second. Do this for a second. Imagine going to jail because you can't stop posting on Twitter. I'll say that again because they're kind of unbelievable. I want you to imagine you are being put in jail because you refuse to leave people alone on Twitter. I cannot explain to you in words how pathetic that is. I cannot explain to you in words how much I can't understand it. I can't. Anyway, Lionel is terminally lives online and hides behind computer screens and aliases. He's extremely self-conscious about his shortcomings with women and how he is perceived online. He has outbursts of uncontrollable jealous rage whenever he is not acknowledged, questioned by people he deems beneath him, and when someone has something he doesn't have. Example, money, social status, women, popularity, etc. I believe he is an incel and narcissist. I need to add like fucking rapist on here too. He is factually known as an abuser and sexual predator. From legal documents such as testimonies and court orders, he stalks, abuses, grooms, spreads the nudes of women he talks to, and harasses people. Every single one of these is true. Every single one of these is true. This is all documented by court evidence and witness testimonies. If you don't believe me or you want to know more, I did a 6-hour interview. 6 hours with one of his victims. No joke. And yeah, it was really fucked up. It was really fucked up, man. All of this, I was able to get that case file. I was able to get the case file through people I know. I said that like I'm someone important. I was able to get that case file through a private investigator and other means. The case file, I show a lot of the case file. Okay. It's pretty fucked up. So anyway, all of these is true. And like I said, they're all on my YouTube channel. Obviously, I asked permission to do all this and all that shit, but it's there. If anyone is curious, it's there. But like I said, it's a lot. It's a very deep hole. Okay, very deep. So, we're not gonna go into that today because I've already went into it. I'm not gonna go into it again. If you're curious, you can look it up yourself. Anyway, one of them, her name was Katie, was forced to get a restraining order against him. He used to be a part of the 14 world race scene, but was kicked out due to trash gameplay like missing addles and being a complete fucking psychopath. I've been in a legal battle with him for over a year. I sued him for defamation and I won. Here is my defamation. I sued him for defamation because he was spreading, he was calling me a groomer and a rapist and a pedophile. Well, I've got news for you, buddy. You cannot say those things about me. No, you can't. Because when you do, when you fuck around, this is what happens. You find out. And let me tell you, he found out pretty fucking hard. Okay. He found out really hard. I sued him and I won. And I was awarded $21,109,000 in damages. This was of May 31st, 2024. This is me, Tyler, that's him, Lionel. This is the total amount of damages, 23,146, statutory, all of this stuff. Okay. So I'm going to briefly talk about this for a second. Okay. I'm going to briefly talk about this. When you sue someone for defamation, okay, it is your responsibility to collect on that. And when I won, and let me be clear here, I won with a fucking flawless victory, okay? He did not even defend himself because he knew that he would lose. He knew everything he said about me was a lie. And I'm going to show you later in court transcripts where he admits this to a judge. Here's a funny thing. I kept these. These are from years ago. These are when I originally sent him, and he's in his Discord laughing it up. I look at these from time to time because they're very funny. They're very funny. So he's in his Discord, because he's big bad Lionel, big bad Desolance. Well, you better be careful now that you're in jail because somebody might just fuck you in the ass. Yeah, that could happen. And when they find out that, you're a pedophile and that you saved pictures of children onto your fucking computer and you use them in really weird ways, other things might happen too. Because I have proof that you've done that. I have proof that he's done that. Okay? Because that's the type of person he is. I remember one time the way that he was describing my friend's body when she was 16, 15 years old was incredibly creepy. It was so creepy, in fact, that I originally had planned to talk about it when I made my original video on him, but I literally couldn't do it because it made me sick to my fucking stomach. Okay? But I still have the video. I still have the video of him saying that. And if it comes up on his court hearing on April 7th, I'm going to bring it up. Anyway, this is when I served him. I served him a cease and desist. Lamau, this is a Xeno sub. Like, what in God's name was that buggy? For some reason, he thought that I asked Buggy to, like, me and Buggy were never even close. So I don't even know why the fuck that he would do that. This person here, Muscle Lollies, I don't know some of these people. But it was really funny to see all of this. It was really funny to see all this because I had a rat in his Discord, and anything they talked about, I actually got to see because he's a fucking retard and he thinks that people actually like him. So when people joined his public Discord, he thought that they were joining because they liked him and they wanted to see him like bring me down or some shit. No, you fucking retard. Like, no, I was keeping tabs on you. Like, I just think it's really funny that thought went through his head. But anyway, so yeah, I hired Minklaw. And it appeared to be a cease and desist letter. I did send him a cease and desist letter. You have got to be kidding me. Yeah. I served him this cease and desist letter, not only at his apartment, but also through Discord. And I sent him this through Discord because I knew that they would react this way. And I wanted to get screenshots of it so that I could laugh about it later, which is what I'm doing. I didn't even read what he posted. What a fucking psychopath. To be honest, look at it. You should take it seriously. Have you gotten an email as well? You know what's funny? Funny story about this, man, is Lionel should have listened to him. This guy right here, Cairo, he should have listened to him. But he didn't. Let's see. Bro, of course I haven't. Those demands. So my demands were funny. My demands were really funny. I demanded that he make me a public apology. I demand that he give me his 14 account. I demanded some other shit that I knew he wouldn't agree with. I just demanded crazy shit. Because again, like I said, I wanted him to laugh about it because I wanted to keep it for later. Oh yeah. So issued and agreed upon public retraction. Those demands don't sound like a lawyer wrote this. He's fucking insane. Can you post the whole thing? Like the file he posted, just DM it to me. Yeah, this is just really funny because because when I originally sent this, man, they were laughing it up in their Discord. I can't believe we live in a world where legal papers are served by someone joining a Discord server and pinging everyone. Funny about that, I can't believe that we're living in a world where a person is literally sitting in jail right now because of Twitter. I can't believe it either. But I'll tell you what, this fucking retard should have listened to me. This dumbass fucking stupid brain damaged monkey should have listened to me. Here's one thing about me, man. Okay? And I said this to a friend earlier today. This is going to sound really cliche, but I'm a man of my word. If I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. I told this piece of shit that I was going to sue him. And I did. And I won. So when I say that I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. Or I'm going to try to do it as best as I can. Okay? Now I might fail. Yeah, sure, I might fail. But I'm going to try and do it as best I can. Okay? So anyway, yeah. Pro lawyer on a first name basis with his client. Guy needs to slit his throat. Jesus Christ. Honestly, don't think that's how YouTube should be. The thing is though, is that Lionel did receive a cease and desist. Definitely looks to be written by an actual lawyer, especially the part where terms are delete your Discord. At least you can laugh about this knowing that even Xeno probably didn't put the man up to this. It's just too retarded even for Xeno. Funny thing about that, Al. Ooh. I'm so glad I kept these, man. I'm so glad I kept these. Not only am I stupid enough to do it, not only am I retarded enough to do it, but I followed through. Yeah, I followed through. And I sued him, and he laid down like a little bitch-ass possum and played dead the whole time. He didn't fucking fight me at all. He agreed with everything that I fucking said, and he knew he was going to lose. And that's what happened. Anyway, so this is funny. So insane. Cease and desist, threatening legal action by the 16th. Yeah, so anyway. Oh, yeah. This is in one of the terms. My favorite part was where the terms and conditions were delete your Discord, delete your YouTube, and stream it. Yeah, that was in the terms and conditions too. I purposely put that in there, man. Where are these screens from? They're from his Discord like 3 years ago. What's his fixation on Buggy? I don't know, man. He probably wanted to fuck him or something. I don't fucking know, man. I think Lionel's like fucking like, okay, you know how I feel like this happens with men more than women, but you know how like a man will go out of their way to overly hate like gay people or transgender people? You know what I mean? Oh, that's fine, Salem. Oh, that's fine. I'll see you later, man. So, anyway, those type of people, right? They're like closet gay or whatever. So those type of people, a lot of them turn out to actually be homosexuals themselves or like gay or something like that. You know what I mean? But they don't want people to know because they're embarrassed of it. And like, I don't know. It has to be something like with their upbringing or something. But there are people out there that do that. Or like there's, okay, you guys know like in jail and shit when like dudes will fuck each other in the ass and stuff, and how like psychologically it's not about the sex, it's about the control, you know? So it's like it's like they're gay, but they're not gay. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Well, that's how I feel Lionel is, because he actually fantasizes about like skull fucking me and raping me and all of this like horrible, nasty shit. It's like self-denial. Yeah. He has like almost every single time that, so in the same sentence, he will call me like a pedophile and like, you know, he wants me to deep throat his cock in the same sentence. I'm not even kidding. So he's really weird. Okay. Really weird. But anyway, so these are the screenshots that I kept before my lawsuit actually went through. So, you know, I just think it's funny because they were laughing it up in Discord. This is exactly what I wanted to happen, and I'm so glad that they did exactly what I knew they were going to do, and I got these screenshots exactly how I wanted. So turns out that laughing in the Discord about the lawsuit wasn't actually a very intelligent idea. Turns out that maybe your online shit can actually turn into reality, which is why that this case is so serious. Okay? That's why. Because this case is one that has transcended from a petty online beef to actual criminal consequences. So, as I said earlier, you guys, like, I understand people get in a dark place sometimes. You didn't know Al was involved. He used to be one of my best friends. You know, funny thing about that, Rugal, is that me and Al were really good friends, but he stabbed me in the back. Yeah. He stabbed me in the back, man. He chose to be friends with Lionel over me, even though everything Lionel said was a lie. So Al is actually, who I thought was a good friend, Al is actually a massive piece of shit that supported Lionel. And I don't know if they talk anymore. In my opinion, I think that I think that all of these people in here, none of them associate with Lionel anymore because they found out who he really was. They found out he was a pussy. They found out he wasn't a tough guy. They found out that he was a little bitch. They found out that, hey, maybe I shouldn't talk shit. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't actually talk shit, or else I'm going to get sued, or maybe I'll end up in jail. Maybe. These people probably distance themselves. Okay? That would be my guess. Yeah. Um, but yeah, he used to be a good friend of mine, actually. Yeah. Which is crazy because I even defended him against some of the things that people were saying, because there were a lot of people that didn't like him. But I defended him, and then he turns around and stabs me in the back. But anyway, that's another story. Anyway, so yeah, so I did sue him, and I won. Okay, so so that's a little, a little backstory on the defamation case. I'm gonna play you some videos real fast, or I'm gonna play you some audio. Okay, so again, this is I'm gonna tell you guys right now, if you don't like fucking vile language, get the fuck out of here. So during the lawsuit, in an attempt to not lose the lawsuit, okay. Yo, Strel, thank you very much, man. I'm sorry I can't really talk about that right now because we're talking about something else today, but I really appreciate you even checking it out, man. And I'm going to keep updating it. I have trial transcripts, yes, and I'm going to show you that today. So during the lawsuit, okay, during my defamation lawsuit, he, oh yeah, this is funny. Yeah, this is a new home. It's much bigger than the old place. During the defamation case, in an attempt to not go to court, he called my lawyer and threatened her. Okay? I'm going to play you the messages that he left on her voicemail.
Hi. White women like you make me really glad that Lake and Riley suffered being violently in her last moments being alive. This 20-year-old woman got her skull bashed open by an illegal immigrant. She was brutally and she died like a dog. And every single time I look at the bullshit you type, it makes me really glad that she's dead. You are a fucking psychopath. You are sitting here alleging that somehow the things that I am saying are not protected by free speech. Let's just talk about that. So first off, Tyler, your client, was messing with a 17-year-old girl on an MMORPG. That is a fact. Spudsy Budsy turned 19 years old this exact year. All I did was report somebody told me, oh, hey, XenosysVex is messing with a 17-year-old. She was 17 last year. She turned 18 this year. That's a literal fact. So I think you should really slit your throat because you are trying to force me to give someone money. This person sued me because he's mad that I am telling people that he messes with girls that are way too young for him, and I am literally correct about her age. Not a single thing I said was defamatory, and I will die before I give anyone in your office a single dime. I am an autistic man. I've gotten bullied my entire life. I am defending myself from a worthless piece of shit who thinks that he can bully me because he has money that I don't. And again, you stupid I really am so glad that Lake and Riley died like a dog. I hope you die like a dog. Go ahead, keep wasting your fucking time doing your shitty-ass job trying to get people to pay money to piece of shit human beings, you fucking stupid. You're almost 40 years old. Congratulations. You're defending a grown man who groomed a 17-year-old child. I hope your daughter gets if you have one. I hope your brother gets his skull bashed open and by black people. I really hope, just go fuck yourself. You're not going to get any money. I clearly do not take you seriously. I wouldn't be talking to a lawyer like this if I was scared of any repercussions, because I know, obviously, I'm not going to commit any violent acts. I am talking on the phone right now. I'm not going to touch you. You're some random piece of shit that will never have any meaningful effect on my life. Choke on my I don't give a fuck about your bar. I don't give a fuck about your shitty-ass piece of shit redneck client. Again, I hope you get the same way Lake and Riley did. Fuck you. Leave me alone. Yourself.
Okay, so let's dissect that for a second. Okay, so in the same sentence or whatever, he says that nothing that he said was that he said defamed me, which obviously he said that he said one time she was 17, one time she was 18, whatever. Obviously all of that is completely fictitious. None of it is true. He purely left this on here so that she would drop me as a client. That's it. He has no idea about how the courts work. He has no idea about how the case works, about how debt collection works. He actually thinks that he would have to pay my lawyer and not me, which I don't understand that. Okay. It's really funny that he said that nothing that she is going to do is going to have any impact on his life, because unfortunately for you, Lionel, it does. And I am able to collect on that defamation lawsuit that I won for 20 years. And this happened like a year and a half ago. So we'll just say that for the next 18 years, when I say you go to court, you say, yes, sir. That's it. And if you're not a good little bitch, then you're going to be put in jail again. Yeah, there's going to be a warrant out and you're going to go to jail again. And I am going to do this to you very, very, very aggressively for the next 18 years of your life. You're not going to escape this. I am going to continue to collect my debt for the next 18 years of your life. You will be fucking what, 58 or no, you'll be 48, almost 50 by the time that this is over. Yeah. So again, she did actually impact your life. She impacted 20 years of your life. So let's play another one.
Defendant repeats his intention to not respect or abide by the orders of this court, stating, motion default. Haha, what a joke. Suck my I'm filing a motion to force your mother to choke on my Greetings. I actually have a question. How in God's name do you expect me, when you type $21,000, when you initially tried demanding that I give this redneck piece of shit $100,000 for the crime of speaking the truth, for the crime of free speech in America, you dumb where did you think I was going to get this money from?
Real quick, I want you to remember this. He keeps using freedom of speech. He keeps using the word truth. Okay. This whole thing started because some random guy told him, some random guy that he didn't even know. They just messaged him and they said, hey, Xeno's grooming somebody. Lionel took that as 100% truth. Now, I don't know who that guy is, but I'm going to tell you this. Whoever that guy is, whoever you are, you have completely ruined Lionel's life. Completely. Like it's over. He's in jail right now. And it's all because you told him that lie. That is insane. So whoever the fuck that guy is, you literally put a person in jail. Because when you told him that, whoever you are, he believed you with his whole heart and soul.
Like, when you write these ridiculous numbers on paper while also telling bold-faced lies in a literal lawsuit to defend a pervert that is speaking with 17-year-old girls on an MMORPG, what in God's name is going through your head when you demand that I give him $100,000, knowing full well that I am not able to give him any sort of money. I've done nothing.
That was very hard for him to admit. And the reason why is because he is self-conscious that he doesn't have a job. He has no money. He is completely worthless. He's very self-conscious about that. And the fact that he has to admit that is very, very hard on him.
I haven't lied to him. I obviously done that he has. I can't afford to defend myself in the court of law. So I really am curious as to where you think you're going to get a dime from, because I will shoot myself before I give him a cent. I would rather your family. I'd rather shoot your brother in the face before I give XenosysVex $1. I doubt you would put me in a position where I have to shoot you in the face, but yeah, I would rather shoot you in the face. I'd rather watch you die like Lake and Riley before I am forced to be an indentured servant to a random person on an MMORPG that is angry that I correctly stated the fact that he was messing with a fucking 18-year-old girl, which she...
Again, he can't even get the age right. Originally said 17, said 18. Somewhere along here, he also says 19. He can't even keep his lie straight.
Was 18. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you worthless white pieces of shit? Oh, I'm just doing my job. Fuck you. Again, I'm so glad Lake and Riley died like a worthless fucking... Holy shit, she died. Just absolutely. Can you imagine getting stabbed after you get... Because that's what happened to Lake and Riley. She died like a fucking white dog. Dumb, dirty, stupid Anglo-Saxon died like the worthless that she is. Fuck you. Fuck you, you worthless piece of shit trying to make me give money to a fucking bully that's angry that I beat his ass, so he's just suing me because he can't ever type my name because he can't publicize the fact that he messed with a fucking child. Fuck yourself, you stupid fuck.
So, Lionel's problem is that he is a bully. But unfortunately for him, I'm a bigger bully. I bully bullies. Okay? Fuck you. Your ass is in jail right now for fucking with me. You shouldn't have did that. That was stupid. That was really stupid. Okay? So I'm going to continue to bully you for the next 18 years. Legally, of course. Legally. And I don't know why he ever said that I was afraid to say his name or type his name or do anything like that. I've never been afraid to do that. Never. Why would I? I'm not going to let someone make these accusations against me and then not defend myself. That's crazy. So his problem here is that he knows that he is just beneath me. He's broke as shit. He has no future. He is literally failure personified. And what's really funny about this is that at the start of all of this, man, he actually was a fan. He actually enjoyed the stream. He liked the stream. But he got caught talking shit. I caught him and I called him out on it. And then I bullied the fuck out of him and I made fun of him because he tried to like get me back, I guess. And he tried to get with two of my ex-girlfriends and both of them rejected him. And that really stung. Yeah, that really stung. Ooh, yeah. Oof. But anyway, so that's the type of stuff that he can't let go. He can't let it go. And it's all because that he is extremely self-conscious and he has the mind of like an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old. He actually thinks that, you know, your persona online or something when you're not making money is like important or some shit. Like, dude, the only time that who you are like actually matters online is if you're trying to monetize it, if it's your career. No one gives a fuck about some random fucking guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, so he is insanely ass hurt that I called him out on all this shit. Now, all of this stuff happened like 8 years ago. It happened a long time ago. But that is the type of stuff that he's referring to in this case.
Fuck you. Fucking How much time did you spend in school and you're mad that I'm just sitting here not giving you a shred of respect? I'm a lawyer, respect me. Fuck you, bitch. I'd rather fucking die before I give respect to worthless pieces of shit that think they're better than people because they have fucking money. Fuck you. Fuck your shitty ass law office. Fuck your shit ass redneck inbred fucking pervert client. And yourself if you think that you're actually going to get a favorable outcome. You're just sitting there wasting your fucking time while I sit there, ignore every single word you say because I've done nothing. I'm protected by the First Amendment of the United States, you stinking stupid. Tell me what part is wrong about me saying.
All right, and we got one more.
When a plaintiff seeks money damages in a default judgment, the plaintiff must prove up its damages. When proving up damages, admissible evidence, including witness testimony, supporting damage calculations is usually required. Stupid, dumb, dirty, Anglo-Saxon lick my fucking. How in God's name are you going to prove that I made XenosysVex lose $21,000, you dumb, worthless, dirty, stupid, fucking. You know, I wonder, are you going to waste your time and send this to me in the mail? You fucking dirty fucking retard bitch. I'm looking at you with your arms crossed. Yeah, good luck proving that I made this person lose a shred of money, you stinking. You know, lawyers do have the privilege of choosing their clients, and you chose to work with this fucking pervert. I hope you die. Oh, I hope it hurts when you die. I'm never going to lay a finger on you, you dumb, dirty. Just talk to you, worthless. If anybody looked at my PC, my search history, they'd see I do not give a fuck about any of you fucking worthless. It really does make me.
He notices, he mentions his search history on his PC. So I brought this up to the detective, actually, that's working my case here in Florida. Because he mentioned this, even though it was a couple years ago, in this case, this gives them probable cause to actually check his computer because of this. And another thing is that I also showed the detective that he's downloading pictures of children. Now, that in itself isn't like technically against the law, but to a police officer, it can give them probable cause. Okay? Now, my case here in Florida is different than what happened yesterday. So that is going to be a completely separate thing. Okay? Because now he has multiple cases stacked up against him. He has Todd's case, my case, and then he has 2 other cases that I'm not going to disclose. I'm not going to disclose those because those are people that will, one, I didn't ask if I could talk about that, okay? And honestly, we're not here to talk about them today. If for whatever reason down the road they wanted me to cover their side of it, I will. But that's like a cross the bridge kind of thing. You know what I mean?
You're just kicking your fucking stupid. So again, you stinking dumb dirty. First off, tell me why your client can brag about having my social security number in his public Discord of racist. Tell me why he can hand that off whenever the fuck he wants, you stinking dumb dirty. Tell me why he messes with 17-year-olds being near fucking 40, you dumb stupid dirty stinking. When a plaintiff seeks money damages in a default judgment, the plaintiff must prove up its damages. When proving up damages, admissible evidence, including witness testimony, you dumb, stupid, dirty. Supporting damage calculations is usually required. So, yeah, why don't you just come through to my address, get in my room, take off your clothes, and suck my till you're dead. Fucking.
Okay, so anyway, he sent those to my lawyer. My lawyer gave me permission to play these, obviously. So what came of this? Okay. What came of this? This is what came of this. Yeah. So, if you're in a lawsuit, do not message the lawyer. For this, he was convicted of 3 criminal charges. He was put on probation for 1.5 years. So, in addition to losing the lawsuit, he also was convicted of 3 criminal charges, the same criminal charges that he was convicted of currently. It's threats to commit a crime, harassment, criminal, and telephone, electronic communications. Yeah, so it's those 3. I'm pretty sure that it's the same 3. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to double check, but honestly, it doesn't really matter. I know if it's not the exact same 3, it's very close to the same 3. But anyway, so he messaged my lawyer. She didn't like that very much, so he was convicted on that. And this case was actually used against him later on. Okay. Oh my God, man. Yo, Haiku. Oh, dude, thank you very much, man. Thank you very much for checking in on me. This is a really weird stream today, man. We don't normally do these kind of streams, but this is a very serious stream, man. I really appreciate the kind words though, man. Thank you very much, man. Like I said, guys, for anybody new here, we don't normally do these kind of streams, but, just real fast, because there might be new people here. I've been involved, with a stalker situation that has actually become extremely serious. I've been dealing with this for like 3 years at this point. Other people have this too. I'll get into that as well. But a quick TLDR is this went from a petty online beef to a civil case to an actual criminal case. And yesterday, Lionel, the stalker, was actually put in jail. So he is currently in jail as we speak. Confirmed 100%. So anyway, so just to catch people up. So this is the backstory on my defamation case. So if you are ever in a lawsuit, whatever you do not message the other person's lawyer. That is stupid. That is not smart, because it is not going to stop them from pursuing legal action, and you're going to catch criminal charges in addition to losing the fucking lawsuit. So messaging her was not the smartest idea. Okay, so okay. So that's the defamation case. What did he accuse me of? What got him into this mess? Well, as you heard, he accused me of sexually and physically abusing women, being a pedophile, being a groomer, sharing child porn with other people, such as Lama Todd, holding a woman captive in my home against her will. There is no evidence whatsoever to support any of his claims, and every instance of defamation is not only a lie, but an admission of guilt. Over the span of a year, Lionel or Desolance has uploaded over 115 videos defaming me, lying, spreading malicious, false accusations on YouTube through shorts and full-length videos and live streams on Twitch. He also spread all of the same false accusations across various social media accounts with the intent of damaging my name. I have collected all of this information, which amounts to over 50 gigabytes of footage and data. I still have all that. I will show you guys a very, very fast, I will quickly show you guys the extent of the harassment. So before I show you this, I perfectly understand that there are people out there that don't like me. I understand that. I understand that there are people that disagree with me. I understand that I don't make the best first impressions. I really do. However, none of those people, none, are even comparable to the obsession that Lionel has with me. So if you are one of those people that are not a fan of me, you don't like me, it's nothing personal. I don't know you. I don't know who the fuck you are. But I can almost guarantee that you are probably not as crazy as this. If you do turn out to be that crazy, don't worry. I will do to you the same thing I did to Lionel. Okay. This is just a snapshot. This is just a snapshot. I'm going to turn my camera off so you can actually see how far down it goes. This is a snapshot of everything that he's had. But no, wait. I'll keep going, though. No, I'll keep going. All of these are full-length videos, averaging anywhere from 8 to 10 minutes. No, it's okay. I'll keep going. I'll keep scrolling. All of these are saved on a hard drive. No, it's okay. You guys want to see more? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we can go more. So, as you can see, okay, there are quite a bit of videos. But remember, he's not mad. Remember, he's not mad and he's not obsessed. So like I said, if you are ever in a situation where you find yourself getting too mad, too angry, I highly suggest you step away from the internet. I highly suggest you do that. Because if you act the way that Lionel acts, you're probably going to get away with it a lot of the time. But eventually, you're going to find someone that's not going to put up with your bullshit. You're going to find someone that is going to be more vicious than you. You're going to find someone that's going to hold you accountable. And when that happens, that's going to be bad news fucking bears for you. Okay? Really bad. Because you're probably unemployed, you probably have a very small friend group, and you're probably extremely self-conscious of your physical appearance. Okay? And you're probably a psychopath. So I want you to remember that this happened to a person. Okay? This person, Lionel, is real. It's not fake. None of this is fake. Okay? And that's the most important thing. Okay? None of this is fake. Okay? Wait, what? I messed up. Oh. The banner? Oh, no, it's fine. It's whatever, dude. So anyway. So all of those videos were published of me. All of those videos, they talked about me in some way, shape, or form. He has doxed my address. That's actually one of the reasons I moved away from Kansas. Okay. Because when I sued him, I had to give him my address. I had to give him all my information. Okay. So for, I want to say a year, like 2 years, he knew exactly where I lived, which was really scary, actually. At any point in time, he could have, swatted me, doxed me, which he did dox me. He doxed me multiple times in multiple videos. He also doxed me on the official Final Fantasy live letter. So he's done some really, really bad shit. And unfortunately, I had 2 roommates at the time, and they were suffering the fallout of that as well, which always made me feel really fucking bad. But obviously, I moved. I moved very far away. And hopefully my address this time stays a secret. Anyway, let's see. So continuing on real fast. I have never been sexually inappropriate with anyone in my life. Everything I've ever done with another person has been legal and consensual. There is no evidence or history of any creepy, awful, or vile behavior, and there never will be, because I'm not a fucking psychopath or a criminal like Lionel. I'm extremely confident in my credibility and who I am as a person. Lionel will constantly bring up the age gap between me and my younger adult friends, saying that I lied about their ages. This is impossible because I do not reveal the personal information about my friends to people online. So real quick, I'm going to talk about this. One of the things that, for some reason, that Lionel and a couple other people have tried to, I guess, expose me on is that I refuse to reveal the age of my friends. Now, if you're a normal person, you're probably asking yourself, why the fuck would anybody give me shit about not revealing personal information? Because why am I going to tell random people online a person's birth date? That is really fucking weird. That is insanely fucking weird. And just to think about it is even more weird. Like, who the fuck sits around and thinks about, oh God, I wonder how old that person is? That's just insanely weird and creepy to me. Like, I play with a lot of people online. I have a lot of friends online. I remember when I worked at FedEx, man, one of my best friends was like fucking 62 years old and I was 18. I mean, like, okay, let me ask you guys a question. When you guys go to work, okay, you guys work, I don't know, warehouse, retail, office. You have people from all ages, you know? Well, when I worked at FedEx, like I said, one of my best friends there, you know, he was an old man. He was like 63 years old, and I really trusted him. Like me and him, like, and I mean, okay, obviously it wasn't anything sexual. It was purely a friendship. But my point is that it never one time occurred to me that us working together and being friends was a problem. It never one time even entered my mind. Like, I never even thought about it. But weird people like Lionel, this is the things that they choose to think about. And it's very strange to me. It's very odd. And I have no idea why you would even think about that kind of stuff. But anyway. Also, an age gap is not indicative of any criminal or predatory behavior. I am a streamer and a content creator. Of course, I'm going to have friends and viewers of all ages. Just because there is an age gap does not mean I want to stick my dick in everyone. He is simply trying to twist that age gap narrative into something creepy and criminal. Okay, so then I go more into this stuff, okay? But I feel like we've talked about the backstory a little bit too much. But I wanted to give you guys a shit. I wanted to give you guys, context. Okay. So anyway, so that's who Lionel is. Okay. That's who Lionel is, and I've been dealing with that for the past 3 years. For those of you who know Llama Todd, he's a friend of mine. Todd has also went through a lot of this bullshit too, okay? And I'm going to tell you about that as well. I have some videos that I'm going to play. I have some court transcripts that we're going to go through, okay? And I'm going to explain to you in great detail what got him in the situation that he's in now. Okay. So this is the timeline. All right. So after this, we will be done with the recap. After this, I'm going to tell you what recently happened. Okay. So for those of you that already know all this, thank you for bearing with me. Okay. So this is my timeline. It stretches back all the way to, January 16th of 2019. Okay. This is the earliest that I could go back in terms of court evidence, because my mentality is this: if it's not some, like, whenever I think of a situation, it's got to the point now to where I don't take a person's word for it unless I know that person. And even when I know that person, I will still want to see evidence. Okay? So, with that being said, I know a lot about Lionel when he was 13 and 14 and 15 and when he was in middle school. And what's crazy about that, man, is that I wasn't even trying to find that information out. That information was given to me by his family members and Katie. I know more about Lionel than I ever fucking wanted to. And it's really fucking unfortunate. But I can tell you this, he's always been this way. He has always been this way. Even when he was a teenager, he was this way. But anyway, so timeline, Katie gets a temporary restraining order. Then he violates Katie's restraining order. Katie's restraining order, it gets solidified and she actually gets it. Originally it was a temp. So then we jump ahead. We jump ahead a few years. There's a lot of stuff that happened in between here, but again, we're not going to go into that. I've already made videos about that. This is when I started the defamation case, defamation affidavit. This is the damages hearing. It gets pushed back because the judge had surgery, so now it gets pushed back to March 20th. So 502. Okay, now this is important. All right. The sicko finally got caught. He is in jail. He is in jail awaiting his hearing on April 7th. So this right here is important, guys. And the reason this is important is because this is when the case turns from civil to criminal. Okay? If you violate a restraining order, there are criminal consequences. Okay? So if someone has a restraining order against you, I would highly recommend listening to the court. Okay? I would highly recommend doing that. Because if you don't, you'll find out what happens. So on 502, Lionel sends an email to Twitch and lies to them and actually gets me banned. The email he sent to Twitch said that I spread his personal information and that his friend Katie, I also spread her information and I was being extremely racist. Now, Twitch jumped on that shit and they banned me almost instantly. However, that ban has since been revoked. The detective I was talking to at the time did something really, really, really fucking cool. He actually got a hold of Twitch. He actually reached out to Twitch and he emailed them and talked to the higher ups on Twitch and explained the situation. He said, look, I'm a detective working this case, blah, blah, blah. Tyler did not do this. These are lies. Here's why, all of that shit. Okay. So the detective working my case was actually really, really fucking cool. And I really appreciated that he did that for me, because Twitch does not take spreading like personal information lightly. Okay. Now, the investigation they did was very poor. It was extremely poor. And I think they knew that. Which is why when the detective messaged them, got a hold of them, they went back and reviewed everything that they did. So I'll never forget what that detective did for me, and I appreciate it to this day. Anyway, so that's what happened with that. These are the lawyer voicemails on 523. The lawyer voicemails police report was filed. And then on 530, I had my restraining order modified. Okay, so let me briefly explain that. Okay, so I put restraining order in here, but actually what I have is not a restraining order. It's a protective order, and there's a difference. A protective order is more powerful than a restraining order, but a lot of people just refer to it as a restraining order. Like a lot of people don't know there's a difference. So I just put in here restraining order, but what I actually have is a protection order. A protection order can go beyond the lengths of a restraining order, and the consequences can be more severe. Okay. To my understanding, when it says May 30th modify, I basically had to go back to court to modify my restraining order to specifically state online harassment. So anytime that Lionel were to mention me or message me or anything like that online, he's not allowed to do that. He's not allowed to contact me directly or indirectly. Okay. So all of those times where he would post and make videos about me being a groomer or a pedophile or just horrible shit. Okay. He was violating that. Okay. He was, sorry guys. He was violating that order. So when you violate a protection order, that's criminal shit. Okay. And when you do that, you go to fucking jail, which is what happened. Okay. So, after I got this, the very next day, apparently, which I fucking forgot, was my damages hearing. This is the hearing that, you know what's really weird? Let me tell you something about the damages hearing, because I applied via Zoom. It was really weird because when we went to the damages hearing, he didn't go, but he gave the Zoom information to some of his friends, and his friends showed up. And I know that his friends showed up because there were names in the Zoom call called John Groomer and, shit like that, right? Is that even allowed? I don't know. I don't think so. But regardless, it didn't matter. Okay. And the funny thing about that is that he was too much of a pussy to show up, and all of his friends saw him lose in real time. They saw him lose in real time because my lawyer questioned me. He asked me to tell my side of the story. Nobody said anything. And then the judge was like, okay, is, Lionel here? Dead silent. Does Lionel have anything to say? Dead silent. And then the hearing was over. The hearing was over. And then later I found out that I won. That I was awarded all that money. Now I want to be clear here. I don't ever expect to get that money. Okay? I don't ever expect to get that money because Lionel will never be anything in his life. I sued him to prove a point. I sued him to hold him accountable. So one thing that he will like to say is that I wasted a bunch of money. Well, he doesn't know how taxes work or money works or business expenses work or anything like that. Completely oblivious. I'm even surprised he knows what the word money is. But anyway, I was able to show a $20,000 damage loss during the time where he was aggressively stalking me and making these videos. And that's what matters. And he didn't fight me on it because he knew that he would lose. He knew that I had a mountain of evidence against him. I had everything, and I still have everything. So he lost. He was not very happy about that. On 6/20, this was a bad year for him, apparently. This was a really bad year. On 6/20, he was held in contempt for the first time. On 7/18, he had a sentencing hearing. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail. He did not show up to that hearing. On 8/22 was the debt collection hearing. He was found he was unable to pay, unemployed for over 2 years. Unemployment evidence from Carl was my lawyer. So so in the eyes of the law, in the eyes of the court, I am a debt collector. Okay. Whenever you win, all right, if he files bankruptcy, it does not go away. And the reason why it does not go away is because I showed malicious intent. So bankruptcy does not exclude you from all debt. And one of the types of debt that it does not exclude you from is debt involved with malicious intent. And I was able to prove that there was malicious intent through I think there's I think I closed it out. Fuck. Oh, well. Well, one of the things, like statutory damages and stuff like that, that number can vary, depends. But after you win, and it doesn't have to be defamation. Like, let's say someone owes you money. Okay. So let's say that you're a homeowner and you're renting your house out to I don't know, a family or something, and they don't pay you. Well, you could take them to court for not paying you. Well, when you take them to court after you win or whatever, you can file what they call an execution. And I'm not even kidding. That's actually what it's called. It's called an execution. And when you file that, in the eyes of the law, in the court, you are now a debt collector. That gives you the authority to make that person pay you. So in the instance that he gets a job, I can garnish his wages without his permission. I just take it. There's no discussion here. I just take it. Yeah, I do. And I'm going to. So basically, I have locked him out of any real future, financially anyway, because he doesn't have any schooling. He has no trade skills. He has nothing. He's literally worthless. He's failure personified. He's not a mechanic. He's not a truck driver. He's not a nurse, a doctor. He has no actual trade skills, so he has to get just a bottom of the barrel job at 30 years old. So he's going to be one of those people that is starting off at a bottom of the barrel job as a new person, because he hasn't had as far as I know, according to what Carl said, he has not had a job in over 2 years. Now, prior to that, I don't know if he's had a job or not. I can tell you what people have told me. Okay. People that knew him, that were close to him, they said that he never worked. They said that he would have a job for a week, maybe 2 weeks, and then quit. So as far as I know, he has never been able to hold a job. But what I can tell you with 100% certainty is that at least for 2 years, and this happened last year, it's happened, in August, 2 years prior to that, he was completely unemployed. So he was found unable to pay. So I don't ever expect to get this money. Okay. Wait, is a paralegal hearing about everything? Summer, I'm actually extremely interested in the law and stuff like this. And it's kind of crazy because it's because of this, what happened to me, that has increased my interest in it. I'm insane. Sometimes, man, I will just read court documents. And I know that sounds really fucking nerdy, but sometimes the stuff that happened with Ms. Kiff, the stuff that happened with all that stuff, the stuff that happened at Rich, I enjoy reading into that type of stuff. Are you worried he might end his own life? I don't care. No, I don't. That's not my problem. He's going to do that. That's none of my problem. I don't give a fuck. I don't. That's not my issue. That's his issue. He is in the position that he's in because of him, no one else. You know, I don't feel sorry for him. No, absolutely not. If he were to be abducted by aliens, that would be better for the planet Earth, you know. Anyway, yeah, anyway, going back to the execution. Sorry, I'm getting off topic. In the eyes of the court, I am a debt collector. So basically what me and Carl do, and Carl is a really awesome guy. He's really awesome. He's a good lawyer, man, and he's really cool about shit, you know. He takes care of everything for me. I don't really have to do anything. Like, Carl does all the paperwork. Carl does all the filings. Carl does everything. The only thing really Carl asked me about is, hey, he didn't show up to this hearing. Do you want me to have him arrested? And I said, absolutely fucking yes. Yes, I do. And he said, boom, I got you. I'm going to send it out. That's it. Yeah. So that is how much, I guess, effort that I put into this. This is also why I decided to pursue this for 18 years, because if I have to put any amount of effort into this, then I don't want to do it, because I don't want to be fucking around with this if I have to actually try. You know, that's way too long for money I know I'm not going to get. But this is just, I am going to do to him what he does to other people, and I am going to hold him, he don't hold other people accountable, but I'm going to hold him accountable, okay? He is a bully. He is a piece of shit. And no one in his life, besides maybe Katie, has held him accountable. And I am. He's not going to get away with it. I guarantee you 100% that he is not more persistent than me. I said I was going to do this, and I'm going to do it. And that's it. End of discussion. His misery brings me happiness. And every time that he's in fucking jail, let me tell you, man, I was ecstatic yesterday. Holy shit. When I found out, dude, this weekend I'm going out and celebrating. We're having drinks. Okay, I'm going to tweet about it, actually. Cheers, motherfucker. Cheers right now in chat. Anybody got a drink? Yo, who up right here sneaking a fucking cherry for real? Yeah. So I'm going to go out and have a good time this weekend. But anyway, so anyway, you know, for the next 18 years, if he even gets a job, I will know about it and I will garnish his wages. On 8/26/24, Todd gets a restraining order. Lionel Todd restraining order. 11:02. I'm gonna delete this. Oops. Lionel Todd restraining order. Lionel harasses his sister. Okay, so this shit is crazy. Okay, because here's something that a lot of people don't know. Okay. You're not going to believe this, but everything that he's done to me and Todd, he's done to his own sister. So I want you to think about that for a second. I want you to think about if your brother threatened to kill you and rape you and all of this shit, and kill your children and rape your children and all of this. I want you to think about that for a second. I want you to wrap your mind around that, because when I found this out, I was absolutely blown away. Absolutely blown away. He has done this to not only one of his sisters, but two of his sisters. He has threatened to kill their children. So I want you to think about that. As a kid, your uncle threatens to kill you. What in the fuck? Now, okay, I have emails. I have emails that he sent her. I'm not going to show those emails because the amount of racial slurs and redacting that I would have to do, it would kind of look like the Epstein files. You know how they released the Epstein files and literally everything in the fucking file was blacked out? Yeah, well, it'd probably look like that, honestly. So I can't, so there's no point. I'm just going to tell you this, okay? He really likes dropping N-bombs in a derogatory way to his sister. I'm just going to say that. Really likes it, which is very odd considering that he himself is black. It's very weird to me. He does his brain. He is incapable of acknowledging himself. Like, it's very hard to describe it because I've never seen anything like it. He's like a non-funny Uncle Ruckus. He's like a non-funny Uncle Ruckus. So I don't want to say that Christine was able to get a restraining order on him recently, but she told me that in the past she had to. So this is 126. Lionel violates Todd's order. Lionel breaks Todd's order. Okay. Okay, so I got some really fucking good shit to show you guys. I haven't showed these before. This is new. We're in the new content, boys. We are in the new content. So we made it. Okay. I hate to do this, but I really gotta pee. All right. Just give me a second. Let me pee. And then we're gonna get into this. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Don't worry, man. We're gonna. Originally, I was planning on painting today. Unfortunately, we didn't get to do that. But I had to talk about this now because finally, he's in fucking jail. Fucking finally. It only took like 3 fucking years. Okay. Anyway, so now, okay. So now we're going to look at these. Okay. Now, before I show you these, I'm going to explain the situation. Okay. Todd got a restraining order against him on 8/26. Okay. Randomly and completely out of nowhere, Lionel goes ballistic and he freaks the fuck out. Okay? I'm going to play you a video. Are you guys familiar with the famous quote, "She was 18"? This is that video.
Seeing this, your short-term memory is complete horseshit. He fucking lied. This pussy that will never get a fucking dime! Fuck you! Lamaton will die of his stroke complications before Xeno gets a fucking dime! Fuck you! Your husband's gonna run! You stupid fucking bitch! Fuck you, psycho fucks! He fucking lied! She's 18! And he met her in a fucking hotel room! And Llama thinks if he doesn't tweet it, it never fucking happened! Fuck you! I'm fucking done! I'm fucking done! Fuck off! Fucking redneck streamer, I don't care! I hope Mark Miller's death hurt! He got shot by black people! My mom, I'm a loser, right? I'm an autistic piece of shit loser. I'm screaming at the top of my lungs. So my mom is asking me to stop, but oh no, I don't care. Fuck you people. You lied. This was where the discourse was back in October. It was so serious. Everyone.
Okay. So, during this time, he messaged, okay, so I don't remember if it was this video or another video. I'll show you the other video too. But one of these videos, he actually got banned in 14 because he messaged a bunch of horrible, vile shit to my friend Sugu, and we reported him, and he got banned in 14. And I believe this was also around the time where one of his Twitter accounts got banned as well. So, whenever he gets banned on anything, he takes it extremely personal. Okay? So, around this time...
Lied! She's 18! And he met her in a fucking hotel room! And Llama thinks if he doesn't tweet it, it never fucking happened! Fuck you! I'm fucking done! I'm fucking done! Fuck off! Fucking redneck streamer, I don't care! I hope Mark...
So, right around this time, if you listen real carefully, you'll hear a woman in the background say, "No, no, no."
Miller's death hurt! He got shot by black people!
Okay, so that was his mom telling him to shut the fuck up. Now, shortly after this, the police were called. For whatever reason, he decided to leave his stream on. So let's watch that video too.
Like that, right?
Yeah.
That's not fair. No, nobody wants to live that way. You know what I mean?
So I want you to look. He's not obsessed, by the way. He's not obsessed. Okay? He still has this collage on his computer. So what he would do in his videos is he would like make these collages. And it's so weird because he would take pictures of like me and my friends and stuff. Like here's Sayori and Todd. And he would take these pictures and I guess put them on this, I don't know, this weird, creepy weirdo wall. And he's obsessed with this guy, whoever this guy is. I don't even know who this guy is. Something Valkyrie. Okay. This is some weird, like, serial killer shit. I don't fucking know, man. Okay. But anyway, he would make these collages. And this is obviously psychopathic behavior. Okay. The police did walk into his room with this up. and this is the video that they did. So I'm going to let this play. Listen real close if you can, because he leaves his stream running and he is having a conversation with the EMT and the police. And the reason why is because the police were called for a noise disturbance. So I don't know who called the police, but it was either someone else or his neighbor or something. But when he was like, you know, he was being loud or whatever, they called the police on him. Okay?
Like that, right?
Yeah.
That's not fair. Nobody wants to live that way, you know what I mean?
No, it's
So
fine.
I think you owe it to yourself to kind of get some space from that, you know?
Right.
Clear your head. Don't worry about what they're saying. I know it's easier said than done, right?
No,
But
you're absolutely correct.
ultimately, that's kind of what you gotta.
Yeah.
At some point, you gotta try it.
Yeah.
Only way out is through, man.
I'll be turning the Xeno over to the 801 financial station. Can you send that report down?
Yeah, no, it's such a fucked up situation. But yeah, you're right. These people are fucked up, but it's not worth letting them get me so riled up. It really isn't. They're not worth it. They're just random people.
That's it. That's it.
How many people are on there? So is each box a different person?
So yeah, this I mean, these are literal random images.
Like a collage or something.
Yeah,
man?
it's just a collage. It's just a collage. It's not like
On me?
Go for it through.
there aren't like weird threats on here or anything. It's just literal random images of like Discord messages and tweets. But it's not me sitting here saying, "Oh, I'm gonna hurt you. I'm gonna do this to you." It's just a bunch of like random Twitter threads or like just random stuff. These are just collages.
Keep in mind, he has literally a picture of Epstein next to my face. It's just a collage, bro.
Right.
There's nothing violent on here at all.
You ever try like Elden Ring or something? I know that's pretty big right now.
Yeah.
I don't play that. I play another game that is.
What
garbage, but
if you don't mind me asking, what do you
I
play?
play Destiny too.
Oh, you're into Destiny.
I am.
Okay.
I'm a D1 vanilla guy. So.
Okay.
I can't turn the video
I
up,
have
guys.
a
I'm
buddy of
sorry.
mine who's big into Destiny too. Wasn't there like a raid that came out for her recently?
Yeah, they just hit a big DLC. It's a time sink, but you know, once you have a baby, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
But
Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, a single player video game would be obviously I should really look into that and just retreat from these people entirely. That's a good idea. But yeah, this is just like I'm a really creative person. This is just like my way of explaining myself or expressing myself, but there isn't like anything on here where I'm like making threats to people in spite of whatever. Like I understand it's like very incomprehensible to look at this, but this isn't violent by any identifiable stretch.
like we said, we're just gonna have the ambulance come talk to you, all right?
Okay.
We'll go from there, man. All right.
Yeah.
One step at a time.
Yeah, so, okay. So the police were called. During this time. This was either the first or second time that he had to be, what do you call it? Like a wellness check? Yeah. This was the first or second wellness check. Oh, what is this? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So after this happened, he got put in the hospital for like 2 days, and then he came back and he came home, and he just continued to do the same shit. So now that you have context of that, shortly after that, okay. Sorry about the audio. Okay, so shortly after that, these are going to make a lot more sense. So he raged out 2 different times, okay? And then this is where things, again, like I said earlier, this is where they became criminal. Okay? These are the messages. Now keep in mind, Todd has a restraining order against him. Okay? He is not allowed to contact Todd directly. these are the messages that he sent Todd. So, this is him. This is his confirmed account. Yo, you are a racist psychopath. Leave me alone, thanks. Todd, you are a racist, stalking psychopath that has weaponized your protection order against me to the most psychopathic degree on the planet. You have incited and participated in the most laughably, publicly racist harassment on Earth, and you get away with fuck you, leave me the fuck alone, you worthless fucking nut job. Now keep in mind, Lionel is aware that there is a protection order against him. Okay? This is the first message, but it gets better. This is the second message. You need help. You are sick. He's poor, black, and autistic. I get bullied by soda poppin'. I don't know why he mentioned soda poppin'. I hate my life. He hurt my feelings so bad, so I'm actually going to try and make him off myself. I'm a 4chan degenerate psychopath, and I'm disgusting enough to contact his family. I'm going to be real here. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about here, okay? You really are a sick, racist, motherfucking piece of shit. I don't give a fuck. And then, this is very important, guys. He literally says this. My name is Lionel Redacted, and I am directly messaging Todd Redacted after dealing with months of this 40-year-old psychopath and his racist, degenerate friends obsessively stalking and harassing me. So, I want you to take this in. He says his full name, and he says, I am directly messaging Todd's full name, and I am violating the protection order. He did that. He actually did that. If I were to tell you that somebody did that, you probably wouldn't believe me. So, imagine that someone has a protection order against you, and you are not to message them, but you not only message them, but you make sure to include your full name and their full name. I cannot describe the levels of stupidity and retardation that shit is. It is unfathomable to me. I cannot explain it. I am in awe. Here's the third message. Try not to stutter when you lie about all your alts, not being you sick fuck, make my sister happy, go live with the epic strum about how I'm going to jail. I'm going to be real, I forgot about that part. I forgot that he said that. Oh, how that's funny. And the crazy part about this is that he did everything to himself. All he had to do was leave us alone. Me and Todd have never even met Lionel. We have never even met Lionel. Like in person. The fact that he is so obsessed with us is dude, it's literally insane. You cannot explain it. It's just literally insane. Anyway, so how I'm going to jail for stalking and harassing, which is exactly what he's in jail for now. Stalking and harassing you after you spent literally half a year going out of your way to goad me into contacting you after you directly contacted me hundreds of times through block evasion. Obviously, all of that is a lie. Sick fucking bastard, see you in court. Oh, we did. We did, actually. We did see you in court. You've lost like every step of the way. You've embarrassed yourself every step of the way. And the last time that you were in court, you showed up via Zoom. You told the judge after the judge commanded you to show up in person. You told him that you'd be there in 30 minutes and you never showed up. And guess what happened? The judge put out a fucking warrant, issued a warrant for your arrest because you have no comprehension of any type of consequences for your actions. You didn't show up. You disobeyed a court order. So what happened? You got arrested. Now you're in jail waiting the same hearing. You are in jail waiting the same hearing that you left and didn't show up for. Like, that hearing is not going to go away. You can cry and whine and bitch and moan and kick and scream all you want, but you are a 30-year-old man and you are worthless. And you are going to be held accountable for the shit that you do. Mad weird how the account posted screenshots of your restraining order and referenced how you saw my resume during that Zoom hearing. I have no idea what he means by that. Mad weird how you admitted to it being you, Todd. No idea what he means by that. Psychopathic roach. Tell my sister I'm doing exactly what she wants. I'm going to myself exactly like the obsessed, brain damaged, white trash piece of shit I've been begging for months. Your life is going to stay terrible, and that makes me happy. So here's the thing. Here is where he double fucked up. Like, he literally couldn't have fucked up any more than what he did, because in addition to violating the restraining order, he turned it from a he turned it into a Quincy district. Yo, hey, what's up, Todd? He turned it into a Quincy district. Now, very briefly, I'm going to explain to you why that matters. It matters because of jurisdiction. So let's say, for instance, that you have a restraining order against me and I message you a bunch of shit and you call the police. Well, there's a high chance that it's not going to do anything. You can call the police, but unless they have jurisdiction over me, they're not going to come get me. They're not going to extradite me. Now, some states will do that, like Florida. Florida does that. What a wonderful state. The longer I'm here, the more that I love Florida. But Kansas doesn't do that. He actually has a warrant out for his arrest right now in Kansas, but they're never going to act on it because they don't extradite people. Okay? But Florida does. Florida doesn't fuck around. Apparently, that's what the police officer told me. That's what the detective told me. So they don't fuck around. Okay, here's another screenshot. Here's the fourth one. You are the literal most vile 4channy degenerate piece of shit could ever have the misfortune of encountering. You know what's funny about this man is that the people on 4chan don't even like him. You are obsessed with me because you are a boring charisma void and your career is shit. You're a rotten human being. Okay, blah, blah. You deserved your stroke. Law enforcement. So I guess now he's talking to law enforcement. Law enforcement, he has spent several months directly contacting me, praying for this moment. So I guess in his mind that now that he has violated the restraining order, now instead of talking to Todd, he's going to talk to law enforcement, and law enforcement is going to be like, oh, okay, well, it's all right. Nah, it's fine. You know, you had a reason for violating it. It's fine. You had a stroke and I'm glad. Get over it, please. The truth is going to come out about you in court one way or another. Oh, it did come out. It actually did come out in court, and that's why you're in jail right now. It really is hilarious how racist you are, Todd. Remember when you told the judge you insistently tell your fans to leave me alone, and then immediately went on to spend half a year not doing anything except obsessively stalking, proving, threatening, harassing. It isn't possible that after I die, my family's current warped perception will remain the same. So this is really important that he says that. And he knows what he did to his family. He knows what he's done to his sisters. He's fully aware what he's done to his sisters. He's fully aware that he's threatened them. He's threatened their children. And he is also aware that his family hates him and despises him, and for good reason. For good reason. He should have been put in a mental institution fucking years ago. This person does not belong to live in society amongst us. No, he doesn't. He deserves to be in jail. They'll understand the mistake they made. And here's the final one. Let's see. Do not attempt to monetize my death. You're such a sick piece of shit. Thanks, Christine. You are dumb enough to let a racist, psychopathic 4chan Twitch degenerate fool you into thinking he was a victim of anything, and now your brother is redacted just like you've always wanted. You swatted me by calling the cops on me during an innocent stream because it made you mad. Let's just take a gander again at the innocent stream. Let's just listen to it one more time, because it's an innocent stream, Let's just listen to the good parts.
Seeing this, and Llama thinks if he doesn't tweet it, it never fucking happened. Fuck you. I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done.
He's done. So innocent stream. You fabricated evidence with your racist right-hand man that has very clear, undeniable ties to you and the entire psychopathic operation you've been running. You're a sick piece of shit. I refuse to sit here and let a psychopathic fuck like you weaponize the justice system to torture someone who you view as being beneath you because you fucking hate yourself. I'm gonna speak on this just very briefly. So the thing is, man, is that Lionel doesn't understand that when you break a law, there's consequences, okay? And he doesn't understand his place in life either. Lionel is beneath me. He is beneath Todd. He is beneath everyone. He is the worst person that I've ever known in my life. He's worthless, literally worthless. He doesn't have a single thing worth of any value in him. He is failure personified. He is beneath anything and everything. When you use the legal system, okay, the legal system is there for everyone. He likes to pretend that people weaponize it, but what they're doing is protecting themselves. There's a difference. If I get a restraining order against someone and they violate that restraining order, he will view it as them weaponizing something when that is not the case at all. Okay? That is them protecting themselves from sick, psychopath, insane people like him. So, because he's a narcissist, he will often try to play the victim. He will often try to use the race card, the broke card, the I don't have a job card. He will use anything and everything he can to play the victim because he's a big bad bully online. But the second that you give him any type of resistance or anything like that, he's a bitch. He's a victim. You're the one in the wrong. So he will say the most vile shit to you. But then when you call the police on him for violating an order, no, that means that you're racist. That means that you're weaponizing the system. So that's his, Arthur's. Yeah, so Lionel's finally in jail. He's actually in jail, 100% confirmed. He is in the, I'll fucking show you the jail right now, man. He is here. He is in the Norfolk County Correctional Facility right here. Look at that view. Let's zoom in. Let's see. We have arts and crafts here. We have a gym here. We have a music studio over here. But unfortunately for him, he's over here in the sodomy section. Womp womp. Must suck. Anyway. Let's see. Newsflash, you something I could never in a million years dream of writing anything that could be 1/100th as vile as you fabricating evidence and sending it to the FBI. You are fucking retarded piece of shit. So something else kind of funny. The FBI actually went out there. The FBI actually went out there and warned him, and they said that if you keep doing this, it's going to turn into criminal. You're going to end up in jail. That's literally what they told him. And he apparently didn't listen. So if he's not going to listen to the FBI, then probation has failed. Okay. So that's how Todd got his restraining order. That's what happened. That's so because he did that, we then went back to court. But before that happened, Lionel tries to get a restraining order against me. And the reason why he wants to get a restraining order against me is because he doesn't want me to talk about him online. And the thing is it doesn't work like that. It doesn't, that's not how restraining orders work. Restraining orders, okay. A lot of places, if you go in, they will immediately issue a temporary restraining order. You will then have a hearing, and that restraining order can be extended to 1 month, 3 months, 6 months. Okay. Now, he ended up getting a restraining order against me, and I'm going to go into that in a second. But he tried twice. I'll explain why he got the restraining order on me, and I'll explain why that when he got it, they were not supposed to do it. And I will explain that. So he tries to take me to court, first off. On 2/13, he tries to take me to court to get my restraining order taken away. Okay? But he failed to appear. Okay? So he sent me a motion, not him, but the city of Quincy sent me a motion to appear to court. And, sorry. That was the second one. Sorry. The city of Wichita, they sent me a motion to appear in court. So I did. And the judge was super confused. The judge was like, "Why are we here?" And I said, "I don't know." And he said, "You literally can't violate your own order." Because let me tell you something about restraining orders. A restraining order restrains a person, okay? So let's say, for instance, that I get a restraining order against a person. I can message that person all I want. I can. Yeah. Because I am not the one restrained. They are. And if I message them and they respond to me, they violate that order. Now, I know you're probably thinking, man, that's kind of fucked up. So I'm going to tell you what the judge told me. The judge told me that this happens often in cases with husband and wife. He said that in his experience, what will happen is they will get into an argument and the wife will go crazy, and she will get a restraining order against the guy, and then they will get back together. They'll make up, they'll get back together. But the problem is that the court doesn't care if you made up. And the reason why is because that restraining order, even though you made up, it still is placed on that person. So what happens is when the couple gets back together and then they get in a fight again, the wife goes to the court and says, "Hey, he violated this restraining order. He was over at my house," and they go arrest the guy. That actually happens. That actually happens because let me tell you something, man. In the eyes of the court, it's a different mentality than outside of the court. Okay? So the court doesn't care about feelings. The court only cares about what happened and what you can prove. The court is also not about the truth, unfortunately. It's about what you can prove. It's about what you can prove, and it's about what happens. Well, in those cases, okay, the court only cares. They will just ask this question. What are the conditions of the restraining order? You cannot come within 10 feet of this person. Were you within 10 feet of this person? Yes, you violated the order. That's it. That's literally it. So when the judge said that I literally can't violate my own order, he meant it because I can't. I am not the restrained person. He is. So on 2/26, Lionel gets a temporary restraining order on me. I'm going to explain how he got that temporary restraining order. So each state acts differently. Okay. Each state falls under different laws, different, like, different conditions. Now, in Quincy, Massachusetts, they hand out restraining orders like candy. They do. You can go in there with zero evidence, just write down what happened, and they'll give you a restraining order. And like I said, he knows where I live, right? So we had access to all this. So what he did is he went in there and he wrote out this long-ass fucking story. I still have it. And it was a complete lie, complete fabrication. Well, the problem is that I never received that paperwork. I was never properly served. So when the judge issued this temporary restraining order, okay, I did not have time to prepare any type of defense. I didn't have time to talk to Carl. I didn't have time to do anything. They just issued it. So Solu, do you know what I'm talking about? Oh, you said that's where I'm from? Or, oh, okay, you're talking about something else. Okay. Well, so I don't know how many of you are familiar with getting protection orders. Oh, what I said. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know how many other people are familiar with that, but, wait, why did I get banned? Because I said trans rights or human rights? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about, man. Anyway, so he went in there, wrote a story, and he was able to get that order against me. Okay. So he gets his order. It's a temporary restraining order that turns into a 6-month order. Now, this restraining order does not restrain me. Like, I feel like that he went in there not knowing anything, because the restraining order he got on me didn't even apply to what he wanted it to. So he basically was ass hurt that I was exposing him online. Whenever he would call me a pedophile or a groomer or anything like that, I would defend myself. And he didn't like that. Okay? He didn't like that. So, he thought that by going in there and getting that order, that would prevent me from talking about him online. And that's not true. That's not how it works. Okay. That's not how it works. You cannot prevent someone from freedom of speech. Now, you can prevent someone from harassing you, but I have never harassed him. I don't go after him. I don't threaten him. Everything I say about Lionel is literally this shit. It's literally court, document, facts. This is all. If I call him ugly or bottlenose or a waste of life or worthless, while all of those are true, none of those are harassment. I'm allowed to be mean. I'm allowed to make fun of people. That's not harassment. And able to get a restraining order, it requires 3 instances of what they call fighting words. And you will see this in the transcript later. These fighting words, okay, are harmful words that promote physical violence. Okay? You have to have 3 instances of that, or you cannot get the order. Well, he didn't have 3 instances of that. The judge gave him that without properly notifying me. Now, I got that removed like instantly, or, well, I mean, at the very next hearing, I got it removed. And I'm going to show you the transcript for that because it's fucking hilarious. Just the crazy shit that he fucking says. But anyway, so during this time, Lionel sends me a message. This is at 3:13. Now, guys, keep in mind, I haven't talked about this stuff, like, or shown you any type of, like, all of this is like, you know, newer stuff is in terms of like transcripts and stuff. We're going to get to that. But like I said, man, there's a lot I need to talk about. So, you know, just bear with me. Anyway, so on 3:13, Lionel sends me a message violating about his restraining order. Obviously, I have all this. On 3:26, Lionel is found guilty of the lawyer threats. So remember all the stuff that he said about my lawyer? Okay, so I know we talked about that maybe like 45 minutes ago, an hour ago, but the thing is like the courts move incredibly slow. Okay? Courts move incredibly slow. So you have to be really patient. All right? So he was eventually found guilty. He gets probation for 1.5 years. Okay, on 408, the debt collection, he didn't show up to a hearing, so they issued a capias. All right? So I'm going to explain briefly what a capias is. A capias is like a soft arrest warrant. Okay? It basically says, hey, you have defied a court order, so we're going to put out a warrant for your arrest. And when you are arrested, you're going to be held until your hearing, which is exactly what is going on now. Currently, he turned himself in. I don't know why. I don't know why it was. Maybe the stress got to him. I don't know why. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But he did turn himself in, and this is exactly what happens when you disobey a court order, and then you think to yourself, oh, well, I was pretty fucking retarded. You can't just turn yourself in. Now it's too late. It's too late. No, it doesn't work that way. You defy a court order, and there's consequences, okay? So when he didn't show up to the debt collections hearing, because Lionel sometimes forgets that he owes me $26,000. He forgets that I sued him, but that's okay, because I'll remind him every now and then. I'll remind him. It's okay. I'll give him a little nudge, you know. Oh, hey, you better show up to court or your ass is going to be in fucking jail, you know. So he chose to put his ass in jail. It's fine by me. That's okay. I don't give a fuck what you do. I don't give a fuck. It makes no difference to me. You can either show up to court and tell them that you're a worthless pile of shit with no fucking future, absolutely beyond ruined and crippled financially for the rest of your miserable life, or you cannot show up and go to jail. I don't really care which you choose because both are very satisfying to me. I don't care. But one of those will happen. One of those will happen, guaranteed. On 501, Lionel was found in contempt for the second time, and my lifetime order was granted. I got a lifetime protection order against Lionel. And at that same hearing, another arrest warrant was issued. So, for the rest of my life, I don't have to worry about this anymore. As a matter of fact, we have come to our first transcript. Oh. Oh, right. I didn't fuck. Okay. Shit. Okay. This is one that I didn't redact because there was only 2 pages. Okay. The transcript where I got my lifetime restraining order, 90% of it was just loop. It was just, I have evidence that he did this. I have evidence that he did that. I have evidence that he did that. Okay. There was only like 2 good parts. Okay. If it comes up again in a future video, because I've already redacted a shit ton of stuff today and I don't want to redact it again. If it comes up again, I'll redact it and I'll show you guys. Okay. I have the transcript. I have the court audio. There's only a couple really funny parts. And the only reason why I wanted to show you guys a transcript was because of those funny parts. So I'm just going to tell you what the funny parts are. Because that hearing was basically just me showing the judge all of the messages that he sent. And honestly, all of the messages that he sent were the same shit that he always says. He just threatened me, called me a groomer, called me a pedophile, just on different accounts. Okay. So it wasn't anything new, but there was one really funny moment. There was one really funny moment. And I've mentioned that moment before. I'll say it again. I kind of want to redact it and show you guys. What's the time? Okay. We have a lot of other stuff to get through. So if it comes up later, I'll show the whole transcript. But there's 2 funny parts. One funny part was the judge muted him. Okay? The judge had to mute him. Because he kept interrupting. So the judge told him to be quiet. And then when he didn't, and then when he wasn't quiet, he muted him. So then that allowed me to talk for like 15 minutes uninterrupted. Okay. And then, when he got his turn to talk, there was one super good moment. And that moment was, he was mid-sentence and then all of a sudden he does this. And before he starts to talk again, I say, "That was your mom, wasn't it?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Yeah, when you going to move out of there? You can't." And then he said, "Hey man, you groomed a 17-year-old. And I said, "You're the one that lost the defamation case. Must suck ass." So we're actually shit talking each other during this because the judge is barely listening to all of the garbage that he says. Okay. And then there was one more funny moment. Later towards the very end, the judge is explaining to him, he's like, "You have to let this go. You have to stop. Like, you have to move on with your life. I've seen this before." And then the judge like goes on to this other case. It was a similar case about this guy. He was crazy and he ended up in jail. And that's exactly what happened to Lionel. The judge told Lionel, "If you keep this up, you're going to end up in jail." So like after he said that, the judge was like, "Okay, I'm going to make a ruling on this. I'm going to give you a lifetime restraining order against him, and I'm going to hold you in contempt." And what I did was, because I know he could see me, because he appeared via Zoom, I looked at the camera and I was like, that's what I did. And I thought it was pretty funny. But anyway, if it comes up, I'll redact that part. But honestly, man, like, I was reading through the transcript, and a vast majority of the transcript is literally everything that I just told you. Like, I talk about the stuff that he said to his sister. I talk about my defamation case. I talk about the stuff that happened to Todd. Actually, the stuff that happened to Todd really helped my case. Because when he messaged Todd, he was not only violating Todd's order, but he was also violating mine, because my order protects coworkers and my order protects like my friends. And he's not allowed to harass my friends and harass my coworkers. But anyway, so I got my lifetime order here. Okay. So on 6/4 of 25, the hearing for violating Todd's order was continued for whatever reason. For those of you that have ever been, into the court or into the court system or anything like that, continuations are normal. They're common. It's like, I would say some crazy high number, like 30-40% of the time when you go to court, it's going to be continued. How did all this start? Why was the guy starting beef with you in the first place? We'll actually get to that, but it's not going to be for a while. So I'll tell you a quick answer now. He is insanely jealous of me, and he got really ass hurt that I called him an incel. I called him just a bunch of petty shit. I was just shit talking him in my Discord. I was trashing him. I was literally just telling the truth, and he couldn't handle it. So that was it. Okay. So, look, guys, I'm just going to say this, man. He's the type of he's extremely petty. So, when I called him worthless, not having a job, I called him a fucking virgin, incel, that type of shit, just like really fucking petty shit. Like the only pussy he knows is the one when he looks in the mirror, just stupid shit like that, right? Like shit like that doesn't matter to most people, but to him it really matters. It really matters. And I know it really matters to him. So it's funny. But anyway, so the hearing was continued. Okay, so 9/17. So this was a good one. This right here, 9/17 was an incredible day. And the reason why is because this is when he officially became a convicted criminal. He was convicted on 3 charges. Now, I am going to show you the transcript. And believe it or not, Final Fantasy XIV is a part of the transcript. Okay. Here we go. This is the clerk, Lionel, redacted, Howard Wernick appearing on behalf of Lionel. Defendant is present. Your Honor, first off, we apologize for tinted glasses, but my client has autism, multiple sclerosis. For whatever reason, man, he actually thinks that people are going to find pity on him. So remember when I said that he plays the victim a lot? Okay, well, he always shows up to court with sunglasses. And he tries to pretend that he's disabled or autistic or some shit like that, man. And it's bro, it's not going to work. No one's going to fucking believe you. You cannot blame, let's say, for instance, that you have these disabilities, which I don't believe for a fucking second you do. But let's say that you do. None of these give any excuse to what you do. None of these do. But anyway, the judge is I apologize for anything. Blah, blah, blah. The Commonwealth made a recommendation today. I think defense counsel is a little bit disparate. So basically, the Commonwealth recommendation was probation for a year, supervised probation for a year. Okay. Okay. So the judge says, do you wish to admit to these 2 cases? One is harassment order. The other case is threats to commit a crime, violation of a criminal harassment, and annoying telephone calls. Okay, so there's 2 cases here. Obviously, one of them is the actual violation itself, but then the other one, oops, sorry. Let me close all these guys. Okay, So these are what he is convicted of. Okay. He is convicted of threat to commit a crime, criminal harassment, and telephone calls, electronic communications. This is the full court docket. Okay. This says everything from the very start. Okay. All the way back to 115. So the criminal complaint was issued. He was summoned. He was arraigned. So he was released on personal recognizance. So what that means is that personal recognizance is basically like you promise the court that you're going to be a good person. Okay? That's what that is. The defendant arraigned before the court. Defendant warned to alien status. Plea of not guilty on all charges. That didn't work out for him. He ended up changing it later. The bail warning given to defendant, released on personal recognizance. Pretrial hearing. This is 416. 604. Compliance and jury selection. This is in the process to where the defendant gets to choose. The defendant can plead guilty, or they can take it to trial. They can take it to a jury trial if they choose to. Okay? He did not take it to a jury trial. If he would have took it to a jury trial, his punishment would have been much more severe, and he would have been in jail. So he was held, and then trial readiness, 917. Okay. So now we're at this part. Okay. We are at this part right here. Okay. So we're going to read the transcript first, and then we'll go through the docket. Okay. So, do you wish to admit to all of these charges? Lionel says, yes, sir, I do. You don't need to put your hand up again. Have you been satisfied with the representation of your lawyer? Yes, he's doing a good job. Has he explained? Well, I mean, yeah, he's doing a good job because he didn't fucking leave. This fucking Lionel's had, like, I'm not even kidding, like 7 lawyers at this fucking point. Anyway, has he explained to you the elements of the charges? Yes, he has. Has he explained to you that you have a right to have a trial before a judge or jury? Yes, he has. By waiving your rights to a trial, you give up your rights to be tried by a jury of your peers, a right not to testify against yourself, a right to cross-examine witnesses who testify against you. You are waiving your presumption of innocence as well as the right to have the government prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That verdict would have to be unanimous decision of all 6 jurors. Do you understand that? Okay, so what this means here is that he is giving up all of his rights. So, okay, so let me explain something to you guys. In the court of law, that expression, beyond reasonable doubt, okay, it is only applicable before you are convicted, okay? So once you are convicted, all right, that no longer applies. The beyond reasonable doubt is no longer there. What is there in place is likely. Did you likely do this? And there is a big difference between beyond reasonable doubt and likely. Okay? So, like, let me give you an example. Let's say, for instance, that Lionel messages me, because he has, and he messages me on an alt account, and he says all the horrible shit that he always says. Well, if this would be the first time, then I would have to prove beyond all reasonable doubt. I would have to prove that he was at his computer. Okay? That's not the case anymore. No. That ship has sailed. All I have to do is prove that he likely did it. Now, how do you prove that someone likely did it? Speech patterns, pattern of behavior. Are they crazy? All of these things come into play. Is it the same victim? Is it multiple victims? So I don't have to prove that he was at his computer typing it, even though I already know that he was. I know he was, 100%. I just have to show a judge that he likely did it. And considering the fact that he uses literally the same insults every single fucking time, and let me tell you, man, he loves the word adolescent. Oh my God. That's like his favorite word in his vocabulary is adolescent, which in itself is fucking weird. But anyway, he loves that word. He loves the word pedophile. He loves the word groomer. He loves that shit. So whenever Lionel sends me this stuff, it is extremely easy to tell that it's him because no one in my life that I have ever met talks like that. No one. Now, speech patterns are a real thing. That's how you can convict someone. There's other stuff like that can be used in court. That's very powerful evidence. Okay. So now that he is a convicted criminal, this is why it's so important, is because the burden of proof is not beyond reasonable doubt. Okay. It is, did he likely do it? And that is huge. That is very huge. Did he get arrested? Yes, he is arrested. It is 100% confirmed. Right now, he is in the Norfolk County Correctional Facility. He is going to be there until his probation violation hearing on April 7th. So he is going to be in there for over 5 weeks. I said this earlier, but I want to point it out again. Let's pretend for a second that nothing else happens to him for the rest of his life. Okay? Let's just pretend for a second that he stays out of trouble, nothing else happens to him. You know, he's a perfect person after this. For the last 3 years, this is what happened. He got sued. He got exposed online. He got convicted. He's a convicted criminal. And he's in jail for 5.5 weeks. All because of Twitter. All because of Twitter. And that's best case scenario for him. That is best case scenario. He can't stop. The only way he's going to stop is if the law forces him to. And that's what they're doing right now. And I cannot explain to you how pathetic that is, that a person is so triggered by Twitter. It's unbelievable. When I tell people about this, you know, almost nobody believes me. And that is why it's so important that whenever I talk about this stuff, I always have court evidence. I always have things to back it up. I will say this though. His probation officer told me this. There is very limited internet access, and it is monitored, but there is very limited internet access. And I know he's going to watch this. I know he's going to stalk my shit because he's addicted. He can't stop. He's obsessed. And when you do, you will be caught. And when you do, I'm going to document it. And it's going to come back to fuck you in the ass on April 7th. So you can go ahead and you can stalk me all you fucking want, you little bitch. Because I'm going to get your ass on 7th. Yeah. Believe that shit. Because I am going to do everything that I fucking can to legally make sure that you are held accountable. Everything. So anyway, I don't have to prove beyond reasonable doubt. Not anymore. Todd doesn't. Okay? Nobody does anymore. Because you fucked yourself on that. You gave up your rights. So he pleads guilty. Now, this was a good decision for him. And the reason why this was a good decision is because I'm going to tell you right now that if 6 fucking normal jurors heard all the shit that he's done, they would be blown the fuck away. They would probably be disgusted, and they would have given him a much harsher punishment. And his lawyer said, no, you are going to plead guilty because you are dead in the water, brother. You are caught red-handed multiple times. Like, dude, this guy thinks that by directly messaging Todd, naming himself and Todd by full name, that a jury is going to find him not guilty. His lawyer talked him into just pleading guilty because originally he wasn't. Me and Todd were wanting it to go to trial. We wanted it to. I wanted to testify. I hope I get to. I hope I get to testify. Oh my God. On April 7th, I hope I get to testify. Holy fucking shit. I'm going to find out everything I can about his public defender. I'm going to find out all the cases he's worked. I'm going to find out the things that he said. Because all that shit's public. I'm going to find out a lot about him. I want to know exactly what questions he asks. I want to know what angles he uses. I want to know everything. I'm going to find out. Yeah, I'll find out. Yeah. And I can't wait to testify. I am excited to testify. Yeah. Because that's going to be good. Anyway. Yes, sir. Is your decision to admit to these charges totally voluntary? Yes, sir. Have you been threatened, coerced, or promised anything? No, sir. Are you presently under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, medication, or suffering from any mental illness? No, Your Honor. Now this is really good here. Okay? This is really good. Oh, he doesn't realize every message he sends is documented. Yes, and his probation officer told me to say that if I get any weird messages, to save them and send them to her because they will be used against him on the 7th. So this is very important here. Influence of any drugs, alcohol, medication, or suffering any mental illness. No, Your Honor. So I want you guys to remember this, that he in court agreed that he is not suffering from any mental illness. He is literally just a vile, horrible fucking creature. He's not autistic. He's not anything, even though he claims it. And even if he was like autistic or self-conscious or something like that, that doesn't make it okay to do what he's doing. So by admitting that he's not suffering any mental illness, he cannot come back later and say that he is. He can't. He gave up that right. Do you understand if you are not a United States citizen? The citizen stuff. Yes, I'm a citizen. You understand, should you violate your period of probation, you could be sentenced up to 2.5 years in the House of Correction. Yes, sir. How old are you? I'm 29. You know, I think you lied there. Oh, no. No. Okay. He's barely 29. All right. He's barely 29. Barely 29. All right. Anyway, he's 30 now. Okay. Let's see. How far in school did you go? Some college. Okay, so I want to talk about this some college. So this is also documented, and I show this later, or I show this in the video. This is something Katie told me. This is something Katie told me he would do. He's never went to college. This is what he would do. He would lie to Katie and say that he was going to college. And what he would really do is go into a parking lot and sit there. And while he was there, now I know you're probably saying, okay, what the fuck is going on? Just keep listening. He would go to a parking lot and he would sit there and he would pretend to be other people and talk to her. And he also told her, he also fabricated a person. He made up a person to make Katie jealous. What was her name? Does anybody remember her name? Just give me like a little bit more time to think about it. I'm trying to think of her name. Fuck. With an H or K, was it Holly or... Okay, Todd, who was the girl that he made up? Chelsea! It was Chelsea! Yes! It was Chelsea. Okay. Now, Lemon knows, bro. Ooh, okay. Yeah. All right. So, get this. This is a true story. Okay. What he would do, he would go and sit in a parking lot. Okay? He would go and sit in a parking lot, and he would make up stories about how this is during the time where him and Katie were romantically involved. He wanted Katie to like send him nudes and other stuff like that. So what he would do is he made up this girl. Her name was Chelsea. And he would tell Katie that like, oh, Chelsea is doing this, Chelsea's doing that. And I'm sure you guys have also heard a similar story where a person will make up another person just to make another person jealous. You know, it's very weird, but it's uncommon, but it happens. And anyway, he would lie a lot and say that like, oh, him and Chelsea were making out, and all of this is to make Katie jealous of this fake person so that Katie would try harder to be with him. And like, send him like lewds and nudes. You know what I mean? Because he wanted to like groom Katie in the position to where that she was at risk of losing him as a boyfriend. Does that make sense? So anyway, when he says college, okay, yo, chill with the spam. What are you doing? Wait, hold on. What even is that? Where the fuck even did that message come from? Oh, I don't even fucking know. Okay, anyway, fucking weird. Yo, chill. Butt toy, calm down, bro. Butt toy in Kings and Xenosys. Oh, God. Bro, chill. Okay, anyway. So, it's really funny when he says, like, college. Okay? When he says college. Because that's what he would do. That's what he would do. He would go to a college parking lot and fucking do that. Let's see. Do you understand? Okay. Do you understand all the rights I explained to you, Mr. Lionel? Yes, sir. And understanding all those rights, you would still like to admit these charges. Yes, sir. But can I also ask a question? So when he asks a question, his lawyer pulls him aside for a second. Okay. Mr. Lionel confers with, his lawyer. His lawyer tells him, "Can you shut the fuck up?" That's literally what his lawyer tells him. And then Lionel says, "Yes, sir." And then his lawyer interrupts him. Okay. And he says, "With respect to the docket, which are the counts of threat to commit a crime, and annoying electronic communications on July 30th, 2024, the defendant made the following threat to Todd over social media platform called Discord. I will fucking invade." Okay, so now this is where the district attorney is explaining to the judge what the fuck happened. So one of the messages that he sent Todd was, I will fucking invade Lamatard. Lamatard being the screen name of Todd, and kill him on stream. Prime his face for a nice headshot on webcam and blow his fucking brains out, and then I will stab his... This is a word I prefer not to use, but just for a synonym of a mentally disabled person, beginning with an R, to death. Further, over the course of a year, the defendant threatened to kill Todd, violate his wife, among other things, along with the home invasion. Further, on the 1st of August, the defendant made the following threat to Todd in a comment section of YouTube on video Desolance re-uploads. And that was one like, here's where it gets crazy. And I'll show Lamatard my MCH opener in real life. It has been made clear that this is language specific to the game Final Fantasy XIV. And MCH is a machinist. If you are asking yourself, is this real life? Yes, this is real life, and this is a real transcript. I am not making this up. Feel free to double check me. Feel free to fact check me, because you'll see that it's true. Which is a class within the game that its main method of attack is an array of guns. So this is the district attorney who has no idea about this game explaining Final Fantasy Machinist to a judge that is like probably 80 years old and can barely use his phone. And this is to anybody who is in that community with IRL, meaning in real life, a threat to kill use guns to kill Mr. Todd in real life. With respect to Mr. Tyler, we have the defendant making basically what we consider almost daily threats. I believe is actually used at the end, daily threats for Mr. Tyler and Todd of murder. We have Tyler. He made a collage of photographs and mentioned how he was going to harm Mr. Tyler, call him a child molester. The collage, I showed the collage earlier. Okay. The collage was on the video. I can show it again just real fast though. This is one of the collages that he made. There's a lot of different collages that he made, but this is one of them. We already watched this, so I just wanted to remind people. Anyway. Okay. So he made a collage also with respect to Mr. Tyler, Mr. Todd, retained counsel to take shelter under the law. And what happened ultimately is that defendant that here threatened the attorney. That is my attorney in my defamation case. Threatened to kill the attorney in that case, as well as... okay, so right here it gets a little weird because so he says, as well as Christine, who is Tyler's, I believe, sister. Now, the district attorney was confused. And the reason why he was confused is because it never even entered the district attorney's mind that Lionel would be threatening his own sister. So he was hella confused. He assumed it was my sister, when in actuality it wasn't. Lionel was threatening his own sister. He says, sorry, my apologies. So with respect to that docket, that was a different case. With respect to docket 25, whatever, which is a violation of harassment prevention order. Now the facts of the case are Todd actually called the police for a wellness check after being contacted. So the messages I showed earlier, the messages that Lionel sent to Todd, in those messages, he threatened self-harm. He threatened to harm himself. Whenever someone does that, you have to call the police. You have to. If someone is threatening to take their own life or harm themselves, you have to call the police. That's a police matter. Okay. When that happened, that is when he was caught violating the order. Okay. Do you admit that you did those things, Lionel? There was one matter I would like to comment on, Your Honor, if possible. So the allegation that I had a YouTube channel called Desolance Reuploads and I threatened to shoot was a fabrication that was very intentionally created by Todd and Tyler. They have done this several times. I have evidence that they have. The judge says, okay. So it's not in here, but his lawyer kind of like shushed him and just kind of told him like, shut up. You know what I mean? It's like the indiscernible shit, right? So basically, even while being sentenced, Lionel is still lying. He is trying to say that a channel called Desolance Re-Uploads was not a real channel. It was a real channel. And your friend or you, whoever the fuck it was, they fucked you. Yeah, they fucked you. They fucked you hard. Yeah. Yeah. Because you gave them footage. You did. And now that came back to bite you. Yeah, that sucks. Maybe when you're going to stalk and harass people, maybe you shouldn't get other people involved too. Or, better yet, maybe if someone is involving themselves, you should tell them to leave you the fuck alone. Because they're causing you way more trouble than they're helping. Do you think when Lionel heard all this reading back that he felt ridiculous at all? No. No. No, he did not. So his lawyer says, so he admits that he sent threatening messages, Your Honor. The judge says, okay, I'm not, because now I've read the victim impact statements based on the level of what occurred here and what he subjected the victims to, including threats of both murder and rape and sexual assault and sexual fantasies. And going on, I'm not comfortable giving him a continuance without a finding. He's already got that. So let me explain something briefly. Okay, when you are convicted of something, you can be convicted of two different ways. It's a continuance without a finding, or you can just straight be convicted. When that happens, when you're convicted with a continuance without a finding, what that means is that you are put on probation. So weird. Okay, so you are put on probation. If you complete that probation, it does not go on your record. Okay? So he had a continuance without a finding with my lawyer. Okay? So when he was convicted on my lawyer, with the lawyer phone calls, because that was his first time. Typically, if it's your first time breaking the law, they tend to go a little bit easier on you. But if it's your second, your third, they don't. It just keeps getting harder and harder. Okay. So because that was his first, they gave him a continuance without finding. So they put him on probation for 1.5 years. And as long as he completes that probation, they will not go on his record. Okay. It won't go on his record. But he has to complete the probation. But that was his first time. Regardless if it's on his record or not. It's not entirely off the record. It's always recorded that you were found, you were found guilty, but you didn't serve any like jail time. But in terms of like repeating mistakes, it will always stay there, if that makes sense. So because he repeated the same crime that he did earlier, it came back to haunt him. Okay. So when he's saying that when the judge is saying that he's not comfortable giving him a continuance without finding, the judge is saying he didn't learn his fucking lesson. He doesn't listen to court orders. He doesn't listen to authority. He doesn't listen to police. He doesn't care about anything. So I'm not going to give him that. So then his attorney says, his public defender says, I would suggest, Your Honor, that those are idle threats. He has never owned a gun or doesn't have a. Now, his lawyer, I understand his lawyer is just doing his job, but this is a really fucking stupid thing to say, because it doesn't matter if you've never owned a gun before. If you threaten to shoot someone, you have to take that threat as serious as possible. Okay? So the fact that the fact that this even came out of his mouth is concerning, like as a lawyer. Okay? Because the judge actually interrupts him, like you can see that like the sentence ends here, right? Well, the judge actually interrupts him. The judge says, I don't care. If it was me, and we always personalize these things, and it was my wife who he was threatening to kill, whether it is an idle threat or not, I'm going to be pretty worried. And then his lawyer says, right. The court says, okay, and the number of postings and relentlessness of this, I'm not going to give him a, continuous without finding. So I'm happy to have him go to trial if that's what he wants to do. And then his lawyer immediately says, we will accept the guilty plea. There's no, he doesn't even give Lionel a chance to answer. The lawyer answers for him. Because the lawyer knows he doesn't want to go down that route. He doesn't want to go to trial. Not with this shit. There's no way out of this for him. Okay? No way. Judge says, all right, do you wish to be heard any further on sentencing? No, Your Honor, we accept the Commonwealth's... we accept the Commonwealth is supervised probation, okay. So after a guilty plea, the guilty findings have entered. You will be placed on probation for a year until September 15th, 2026. While on probation, you are to have a mental health evaluation and follow-up with any aftercare. Abide by any harassment prevention orders and stay away and have no contact with Todd and Tyler. His attorney says, I agree. There will be a $50 victim witness fee assessed on each case, which I think is fucking hilarious because he still owes the court $100 because he's a broke little bitch. The court, could we just, so this is where the judge is, this judge was very good. He didn't fuck around, man. The judge says, could we just add to that, not only to those two individuals and their families? So not only are we protected, but also our families. It's not just us. Clerk says, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, if you could bring him down to probation, I will. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that's what happened when he was convicted. So I found it incredibly unbelievable that in the court of law, a Final Fantasy machinist opener had to be explained to a judge. That is unbelievable. Like when that shit happened, and you know what's fucked up? I wasn't even prepared for that. I wasn't even fucking prepared for that shit. I didn't know that the district attorney was going to say that. So now that we've read the transcript, okay, this is the plea. Guilty plea. Probation. He was put on probation. One or more charges disposed. Appearance filed. Okay. So now we get into this. Okay. So now he's convicted. All right. Convicted criminal. During this time, oh, where is mine? Okay. We'll finish this up and then I'll backtrack just a little bit. Okay. So now he's convicted. And I'm not even kidding, guys. Okay? I'm not even joking. Less than 2 weeks after he was convicted, he literally tweets my full name and sends me a message. I'm not even kidding. Like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever, man. Like, bro, you are so beyond stupid. So beyond fucking stupid. So, like, remember this. Hold on, let me find it. Remember this. Remember how funny it was. Oh, so funny. Oh man, he's fucking insane, dude. Oh, so funny. Oh man. Yo. There's no way it's real. Haha, there's no way, dude. He's bald. He's stupid. Oh man. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. So all these motherfuckers in here, every single one of them. Well, you know, I mean what I say. Say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. And I hope you remember this. I hope every single one of these fucking pieces of shit in here, they fucking remember this. Because this is fucking awesome. Because I got this screenshot. I knew you guys would act like this. I fucking knew. I knew you wouldn't take me serious. I knew that you thought it was a fucking joke. And look what happened. Look what happened. Motherfucker got sued, convicted criminal, literally in jail right now. Literally in jail. So like, man, this is so funny because this screenshot was taken like 2.5 years ago. 2.5 years ago. And it's actually insane how this all played out. This really goes to show that every single one of these people, every single one of them, they're either young or they're incredibly stupid. And they're ignorant to how things work. Every single one of these people. Because I'm going to tell you what. I was not kidding. And your boy here is sitting in jail right now. So y'all motherfuckers need to send him a postcard. Wish you were here from Eorzea. Because shit got real. And it's hopefully those people and the people that decided to, have Lionel around, in their life, hopefully they realize the gravity of the situation. Because I'm telling you right now that if you act that way to the wrong person, your life will be ruined. It will be ruined. You will be ruined financially, and you will be in prison. You will be in jail if you act like that. This is all real. None of this is fake. All of this is real. So let this be a lesson. Let this be a lesson to you. Because it can happen. It can happen. Maybe you're harassing somebody, or maybe you're stalking somebody, and maybe you think you're hot shit. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a more vicious person than you comes along. And they take what you do and they use it against you. And they go after you legally. Only then will you realize how serious it is. Only then will you realize the mistakes that you've made. Because I'm going to tell you what, jail fucking sucks. I mean, I don't know. I've never been. But I've watched Oz. This kind of looks like Oz. You guys ever seen that show, Oz? This kind of looks like Oz. This is apparently the inside of this place. I mean, I guess it's not too bad. You got a nice little table here. Kind of looks like the outside of a McDonald's, you know? I like how these guards are like looking at me, right? I don't know. Wait, question though. I get never to harass someone, but he also fabricated and lied a bunch of, yes. Everything he said was a lie. Yeah, everything he said was a lie. That's why he's sitting in jail right now. Man, it must suck to have your whole fucking life be a lie. Okay. So anyway, so he's convicted, all this shit. All right. So, he violated the order. Okay. Violated the order. Now, what does that mean? So, on 12/9, okay, 12/9, he violated his probation. Okay? When he violated his probation, they scheduled a probation violation hearing, and they also call it a final surrender. Now, on that hearing, he has to prove that he didn't violate the probation. Okay? He has to prove that. And obviously that's going to be impossible to prove because of who he is, because of the relentlessness, because of the persistence, because of all of that garbage. I have just me alone. I have a ridiculous amount of evidence. Like, it's overwhelming. That's not even including all the shit that he did with Todd. And we're going to talk about the possible outcomes after this. So the final surrender hearing, it got pushed back until February 3rd. Again, like I mentioned earlier. Okay. You know, it's 30-40% chance, you know, I would say off the top of my head, that a court hearing would be rescheduled. Okay. It's not uncommon. So the probation, the hearing was pushed back to February 3rd. February 3rd happens. Okay. Me and Todd, we had to show up via Zoom. So Lionel doesn't come into the courtroom. Okay. Lionel is supposed to come into the courtroom, but he doesn't, because he tells himself that it's going to be thrown out. Why does he tell himself that he's going to be thrown out? I don't know. I don't fucking know. But he appeared via Zoom, and the judge was incredibly annoyed. And the judge said, you know, Lionel, this is an in-person hearing. No one gave you permission to not show up. You get in here right now. How long is it going to take? And then he kind of, you know, he's like, I could be there in like 30 minutes. So the judge says, okay, we will wait for you. So he says to the judge, all right, I'm coming. He gets off of Zoom. We're waiting around. He doesn't show up. 45 minutes go by. He doesn't show up. An hour goes by. He doesn't show up. He never shows up. So the judge says, okay, well, I'm just going to issue the arrest warrant, and we will reschedule the hearing when he's picked up. And now this is where we're at today. This is where we are at today. Yesterday, so currently, well, he had 2 arrest warrants out, okay? Now he only has 1, okay? Going back to the court docket. Where the fuck is it? Okay. Court docket. Okay. So this is what happened. This happened yesterday. The warrant was recalled. Default warrant canceled on 2/26 for Lionel. Okay, so what that means is that he went in. He turned himself in. Okay, now I don't know why he turned himself in. I don't know why. Maybe his mom told him to turn himself in. Maybe it was the pressure. Maybe it was, he was freaking out. I don't know. I don't know, and I don't really care because he was going to be apprehended one way or the other. But the thing I can't understand is that why would you not? Why would you show up to the Zoom hearing and then lie to a judge just to turn yourself in 3 weeks later? Why? That makes no sense. But then again, nothing he does make sense. So who fucking knows? Okay? So no, it's clear. It's not clear he has a mental instability. He literally signed away his right and said, I have no mental instability. No, he's just a fucking idiot. Being stupid is not a mental fucking disability. I don't know if he went in there because of his mom or because of pressure or because of anything. I'm not sure, and I don't really care. But he turned himself in, and because he turned himself in, the warrant was removed. It doesn't need to be out anymore. However, he still has one warrant on him. The warrant that he has on him is the warrant for for my defamation case. He still has to go to court for that, which is really fucking funny now he has to go, and it's going to be awesome because he's going to because hopefully I can get him in court before he gets out of jail. If he gets out of jail, hopefully he stays in. But it'll be funny because because he's going to have to appear via fucking Zoom or whatever from the fucking jailhouse. But he does still have a warrant. For the defamation stuff. Wait, I'm confused though. Still warranted even. To my knowledge. Because when he turned himself in, that didn't clear every warrant. It cleared one. It's two different cases. And to my knowledge, it didn't clear it. Now, I did get in contact with Carl. Carl has not emailed me back yet. But when I find out from Carl, I will update people. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, so, he got a new attorney because his last attorney noped the fuck out. He was like, I ain't fucking with this, dude. I'd rather go play in a fucking bed of scorpions, So this is a public defender. The defendant, Lionel, is ordered committed based on an alleged violation of probation to Norfolk County Correctional Center, returnable on 4/7/26, 9:30 a.m. Probation violation. Probation detention hearing finding and order filed. Defendant to be detained until final probation. Violation hearing. The defendant written submission regarding alleged probation violation. So I would imagine that his written written submission is probably going to be like, she was 18. Todd and Xeno always make shit up. Their psychopathic fan base is stalking me. That's probably what his written submission is. Probably. If I was to guess. Lionel turned himself in. He was sentenced. Lawsuit was filed aftermath, top police report, okay. Now, now just for shits and giggles, okay? Just for shits and giggles. I asked ChatGPT what it thought. And I didn't give it any information other than the court docket. Okay? The only thing I did was give it the court docket. Okay? I was curious. This is what the court docket says, or this is what ChatGPT said about the court docket. Now, keep in mind, guys, this is based on analytics and statistics. Okay? Summary of legal situation and discussion. Background of criminal case. The defendant previously pled guilty to threat to commit a crime, criminal harassment, annoying electronic communications. The court imposed probation instead of jail time. All of this is true. A suspended sentence remains hanging over the defendant. Probation violations. Multiple probation violation hearings were scheduled. Arrest warrants were issued due to fail to appear. A default was entered and later removed. The judge ordered the defendant detained pending a final probation hearing. The current alleged violation involves stalking, online harassment, conduct similar to the original offenses. Pattern of conduct. The following pattern exists. Continued online mentions despite court involvement. Language used mirrors prior defamation conduct. That means that everything he's said in my defamation case, I get to use against him for the rest of his life. Whenever he calls me a groomer, whenever he calls me a pedophile, whenever he calls me anything like that, I can bring this up because this is court documented. This is fact. He indeed did say that. He said it. And he lied about it. And he knew he lied about it. But he said it anyway. So every time that he has done that, it's going to come back to haunt him. Okay? Just like those lawyer phone calls. They're always going to come back to haunt him. Yeah, he got a continuance without finding, but that doesn't matter. The conviction will be removed off of his record, but not the charges. Does that make sense? A separate civil defamation lawsuit resulted in $26,000 judgment against the defendant. Okay, so this right here, this number right here, I know it's different than the number that I showed you earlier. That's because each year it goes up. Each month it goes up. So over the course of 2 years or however long it's been, it's actually jumped up quite a bit. Okay? It's not just a $23,000 and done. For the longer it takes him to pay, the more he has to pay. Okay? A lifetime restraining order prohibits the defendant from mentioning the victim online. The defendant allegedly violated that order. A coworker of the victim was also harassed and has a restraining order. Police documentation exists regarding violation of the coworker's order. This is Todd. A separate case in another state involves similar online stalking behavior. Now, real quick on this bullet point, I'm talking about mine. Okay? I'm talking about mine. So the thing is, man, is that I'm not even talking about the other ones because there's other ones. Other people also have cases against him, not just me. So in addition to everything that he has right now, he also has a separate case in Florida. He has 2 other cases that I'm aware of. And I don't know what state they're out of, but I know the people that have a case against him. So this part is very important. This establishes multi-victim conduct, cross-jurisdiction behavior, repeated defiance of court orders, pattern continuation despite conviction, and civil judgment. Probation revocation risk analysis. Based on Massachusetts district court patterns, most likely outcome discussed, violation found plus partial jail time plus probation reinstated with stricter conditions. Full revocation of probation and imposed a suspended sentence. Risk elevated due to pattern and restraining order violations. Shorter committed sanction followed by structured probation. Low probability of no violation finding given documentation and detention. So statistically, okay, guys, keep in mind, okay, this isn't what's going to happen, okay? This is based on analytics and, other cases of similar things. Okay. So the most likely outcome is violation found, partial jail time. Revocation risk increases significantly when conduct mirrors original offense. That is true. 100%. Conduct mirrors original offense. He is continuing to do the same exact thing that got him convicted in the first place. The same victim is involved. The same victim being me and Todd. There is a violation of the restraining order. There is a clear violation. And not only my restraining order, but Todd's restraining order. There are multiple victims. Me and Todd. There is documented cross-state conduct. I have a case against him in Florida. If full revocation occurs, the suspended sentence can be imposed in whole or in part. Time is served in the county house of correction. Credit is given for pre-hearing detention. This is all normal. Actual time served is typically less than the full sentence due to good time credit. Appeal is possible but difficult. Victim rights and strategies. A victim may submit a victim impact statement, which I will 100% be doing. Provided evidence through the prosecutor, which I will be doing. Work with victim witness advocates. Report restraining order violations to law enforcement, which I've been doing. A strong victim impact statement should include brief factual background, clear demonstration of pattern behavior, concrete evidence, safety concerns, requests from enforcement. Digital evidence strategy. Organize screenshots, preserve timestamps, URLs, maintain original files. I have all of this, guys. I have all of this. I have literally everything saved. Overall assessment. This is not a minor technical probation violation. The situation reflects repeated online conduct, disregard for court orders, multi-victim harassment, cross-state involvement, prior civil judgment, lifetime restraining order violations. Given these factors, the probation revocation risk is considered high if the allegations are supported by documented evidence, which they are. So, to sum everything up, Lionel had 2 arrest warrants out. He turned himself in yesterday. He skipped out on a probation hearing. He is currently in jail. This was confirmed 100%. He is going to remain in jail until April 7th. If he messages me, if for whatever reason he gets a hold of a phone or he gets a hold of the internet and he messages me, I will be documenting it. We will be going over that on April 7th. This is in addition to everything that we already have. Lionel has directly messaged me. He has said my name. I have all of this evidence, all of the evidence. I even went the extra step. Okay? I even went the extra step and I literally recorded myself scrolling through his Twitter to show the time and date and that the Twitter account was actually active. I have all of that. And I'm going to use it on the 7th. Before the 7th, I'm going to meet with not only my lawyer, but also the victims abuse unit, and we're going to go and his probation officer. We're going to go over all of this stuff. They're going to ask me questions. His defense attorney is going to get to ask questions, and I'm going to find out as much I can about his defense attorney. I'm going to go in there as prepared as I can. I'm going to have all of this stuff open on all my fucking monitors. Whenever he asks me a question, I'm going to take my time. I'm going to answer extremely blunt, precise, to the point, and I'm going to make sure to include all of the facts because there is not a single question that he is going to ask me that is going to be in Lionel's favor. A weird pic of my friend. Yes, it is right here. Thank you for reminding me. This right here is his kick. Now, he doesn't have this anymore. But I want everyone to know that Lionel downloads pictures of children. And he makes videos on them. As you can see here, this is a video that is 31 minutes. Why in the fuck would you stream for 31 minutes with a picture of a child that you don't know? How he got this picture was he went to my friend's Facebook page. Either him or Runa or both of them. So, like, guys, I want you to think about this for a second, okay? I want you to think about the gravity of the situation. We all meme and shit. Some of us don't like each other. But the one thing, man, that you don't fuck with is kids. Don't fuck with kids, man. Like, this picture is of my friend at 7 years old. I want you to think to yourself, what were you doing when you were 7 years old? Because I'll tell you what I was doing, man. I was playing with my fucking Ghostbusters house. You guys remember that house? That was the most badass toy, or one of. Bro, that house, it was not only the Ghostbusters house, but the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles lived there, the X-Men lived there, and then eventually, after I had the fucking house for so long and all the structures inside broke and the top part broke with the ooze coming through, I turned it into a Mortal Kombat pit fatality, where I would have two G.I. Joe guys fighting on top and one would uppercut the other and they'd fall all the way to the bottom. My point being here is that think about what you were doing when you were 7 years old. And there's a picture of you online, and a person like Lionel has that. I'll even take it the step further. What if this was your kid? That's scary. Yeah, that's scary, man. What if this was your kid? What if this was your sister? What if this was your brother? What if this was a person that you loved and some guy is doing this? That's a fucking problem. It's a problem. That's why I said at the start of this that this is not petty shit. It started at petty shit, then it went to civil. Now it's criminal, and the fucking guy is in jail. He's in jail. So, like, this is why you should not put... No, that's not... No. You have to think about it like this. This picture was taken off of Facebook, okay? This person's parent took this picture, a very happy childhood memory, okay? A picture of them out to eat. I don't even know where the fuck this is. This could be McDonald's, Burger King. I mean, how many of you went to McDonald's with your mom or dad? You know what I'm saying? It was a happy memory. And now this person has took that and done weird shit to it. Like, I understand if you hate me. I understand that. But do you know how creepy that it is that you went to one of my friends' mom's Facebook page, you took that picture of her as a child, and you're trying to use that against me? This picture has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. Like, even if they were, like, let's say every horrible thing about me was true. This picture still has nothing to do with me. So the fact that they posted this picture, they made a video 31 minutes and 30 seconds. Now I watched this video. I have this video saved. All it is a picture of this person and with just music. There's some talking in the background. Nothing like really discernible. But this person took the time to actually let their stream run for over 30 minutes with just this. That is like the most creepy shit. And to me, it doesn't make any other sense than this guy is doing weird shit with pictures of kids. Why else would you download a picture of a fucking child that you don't even know? That's so... there's no other word for that in my mind other than pedophile. That's it. You're just a fucking pedophile. Like, why else are you doing that? That is so weird. You have some weird fantasy with this child. It's just something I don't want to think about. Okay? So, this is who Lionel is. So the next time, that you think about him, like, holy fuck, let's say the next time you're having a bad day, I want you to remember that he exists and that your life could be a lot worse. Use him as an example. You should tell yourself, holy mother of fucking shit, I never want to be like this guy. Never want to be like this guy. Because let me tell you about this guy. He's 30, $26,000 in debt, no school, no trade skills, no social skills, lives online terminally, doesn't bathe, doesn't flush the toilet, can't be trusted to stay at home because he leaves refrigerator doors open, leaves the oven on, makes his mom sleep on the couch in their 1-bedroom apartment when he should be taking care of his mom, not the other way around. He is an 8-year-old trapped in a 30-year-old man's body. He has always been this way. He's never going to change. Do not feel sorry for him. Do not believe him. He is not a victim in any stretch of the means. Everything in his life, he has done this to himself, and he is to blame every single step of the way. And he's 30. And another funny thing about this is that 10 years ago, when I was 30, he would always constantly make fun of me about my age. Oh, he's 30, old fuck, whatever. This was around the time when he tried to get with 2 of my ex-girlfriends and both of them rejected him. And so I guess he resorted to making fun of my age for whatever reason. Well, now he's my age. So now that 10 years have passed, all of those times where he was making fun of me for being 30, and that I don't even understand why you would do that, but it's really funny because now he's 30. Now he's 30. And everything I said about him is true. Literally everything. There's not a single thing that I said about him that is not true. Everything I've said about him has literally been backed by fucking court evidence and documentation. Harassment orders, protection orders. So anyway, just remember that he downloads pictures of children. Yeah, I want you to remember that. That's the type of person he is. He downloads pictures of children and posts videos on them and lets his stream run. And of course, this title of the video is Todd and Tyler are both pedo. We all know what that word is. So anyway, those are the updates. April 7th. During that time, from now until April 7th, if he messages me, I'm going to inform his probation officer. I'm going to inform the detective. My word about copycats of him, No, because it takes a special kind of stupid to do what he did. And even though people hate me, they're not that stupid. We just did a video on another guy that mimicked him a lot, Runa. That motherfucker is a coward, is a piece of shit. And they deleted all of their shit in hopes that I wouldn't call them out. But I did, and they're gone. They were Thanos snapped into oblivion. They're gone. They're never going to be seen from again. They'll come back as a different name, maybe. But once people realize that it's Runa, people will understand that Runa also downloads pictures of children. It's crazy to me. It's very crazy to me that people like this, they're all the same. They are all vile, horrible fucking creatures that all do this shit. They just live online. I haven't even met these people, man. Like, have you ever thought to yourself, if you don't like me, you know you can just close out of the stream, right? You know you can just mute me. You know you can block me. You understand that, right? Like, I'm not even that active on social media. I'm not even that active. I have no idea why people are so hostile with me. I have no idea. But anyway, so again, guys, this is a huge update. He is finally in jail. Fucking finally. And he's going to be there for the next 5.5 weeks. On April 7th, hopefully I get to testify against him, because if I do, it's going to be a fucking bloodbath. I am going to be as vicious as I possibly fucking can. I am going to meet with a couple lawyer friends of mine who have helped me through this process. I'm going to have them coach me. I'm going to have them, tell me what's up. I'm going to get some advice from them because that's what I do when I don't know something. I shut the fuck up and I ask questions, and I try to learn as best I can. So that's what happened. Lionel has harassed people in this community, and it's very important to me that I keep you guys posted on what happens, because for those of you that have ever been in fear of him focusing on you or anything like that, you need to know these updates. And right now, his ass is in fucking jail where he belongs. I hope he rots in there. I hope that on that hearing, he's found completely guilty of everything. I hope his probation is completely revoked, and I hope he spends the next fucking 2 years in fucking prison. That's what I hope. And then when he gets out, he's going to do this again, and the next time he goes in, it's going to be way harder. Yeah, it's going to be way harder. Don't think I believe for a second that when he gets out of this, he's going to stop. He's never going to stop. No, he's never going to stop. He's never going to let it go, because he knows his life is over. His future is either living on the street or it's in jail. There's no in between. Once his mother can't support him anymore, he is on the fucking street, eating out of the gutter. No one will take him in. No one. Not a single person. And for very good reason. So, anyway, guys. Heavy day. Heavy day, boys. We were supposed to paint today, but this happened, and I needed to update you guys immediately. We will do a painting stream on Monday. I want to do a painting stream on Monday. Tuesday, I have doctor's appointments for my fucking eyes, man. I really wish I could play the patch, okay? I really wish I could do the patch on server up, but I can't, so I'm just going to do it Wednesday. But for those of you that don't know, I recently had cataract surgery, man, and it's been one of the worst experiences of my life, if I'm going to be honest. It's been very mentally draining. Let me just tell you this, guys. Don't ever... Don't ever take your eyes for granted, man. Don't. Because the second you do, you might find yourself in a position to where you lost something that you loved. And it can be really bad. Thought it was a regular procedure, so So for those of you that are curious about my experience with cataract surgery, the actual surgery itself was phenomenal. It was successful. It was painless. It was good. It was pretty much the in between and the aftermath. Okay. I did a stream yesterday where I talked about it in great detail. I'll ask Leo when he's going to get that out. Probably get that out next, and then probably this video will be out next. So I want to say though that there is one thing I haven't covered. I haven't covered the Carl court hearing. Unfortunately, I'm out of time, so I will probably do this at a different date. Okay, but the Carl court hearing. There's some funny stuff in it, but honestly, in terms of the grand scheme of things, it's not as important as everything that I talked about. Okay, so I will cover that. It's just I'm out of time for today. Okay, I had a hard cutoff at 5, but I extended it for an hour because my RL stuff got pushed back for 30 minutes. But anyway, guys, unfortunately, I do have to go, man. Unfortunately, I do have to go. But look, man. We don't normally do these type of streams, and it sucks when we have to. And I said this, you know, I said this when we did the Runa stream too, man. It sucks when we have to do this, but you know, when we got to do it, we got to do it. You know what I mean? It is what it is sometimes. But I promise though that Monday I do want to do a painting stream. I just want to chill out, man. We're gonna paint a bloodthirster. Bloodthirsters are bad fucking ass, dude. They're big fucking chaos demons. They're metal as fuck. They look like they would play guitar for Guar, you know? Yeah, so I'll be around on the weekend though. I'll be around on Discord, be around on the offline chat, man. For everybody, for all of the resubs, man, and the subs, I greatly appreciate it, guys. Thank you again. Thank you again for everything, man. I will definitely check and everything. But you know, you guys know how it is, man. I can't be having like notifications and redeems and all that shit going on when we're talking about this shit. Hopefully, man, we won't have to do another stream like this, for a while. Because these streams are like, you know, they're really deep, they're heavy, you know what I'm saying, man? And normally we have fun on this shit, you know, like you guys, you know, that's what we do. We shit on each other because we love each other. You know what I mean? And that sounds really weird because it is a little bit, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But man, yo, I fucking love you guys, man. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. A lot's happened. We covered a vast majority of it. If there's any updates, I will update, but this is huge. Good news is he is finally in jail. So the persistence, everything is paid off. Finally, you know, all of the horrible things that he has done, it's all coming back to bite him. Everything's coming to fruition. And yeah, I'm definitely happy with what happened yesterday. But anyway, I love you guys, man. I will see you guys later. Thank you again so much for hanging out, man. I'm going to turn on redeems so you guys can fart. Let me turn them on real quick so you guys can fart it up, do all that shit that you do. Man, there's so many redeems I got to turn on, man. Oh my God, so many redeems, dude. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right, guys, I'm out. Love you guys. Wherever you are in the world, have a great day. Have a great night. Have a fantastic weekend, man. All right. Thank you so much again for all the subs, all the resubs. I love you guys so much, man. Apologies again for not being able to read them. Let me turn this on. I will see you guys later. So wherever you are in the world, have a great day. Have a great night. Great weekend. Yo, K-Sut. K-Sut. Peace. Wallers. Wallers. Is he insane? Is he insane? Aren't you forgetting something? Drummer, the kisses are critical.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
Wallers. For real, salami wall. FB Pong, sit. Wall has been penetrated. Wall has been penetrated. It's jet time. A love? You guys. See you later, alligator. Oh, man. Alright, I fucking love you guys, dude. Alright, I really gotta go, man. If I get time over the weekend, man, I'll do a stream. If I get time. But if not, man, plan for a rack stream. Plan for a racked painting stream Monday. All right, who we hosting? Who's live? Who's live, bro? Man, let's host Ath. Let's host Ath, man. He's been super hype about Resident Evil Requiem, man. Let's host Ath. He's been playing a long time, man. Let's send him some love. Fucking love you guys, dude. I'll see you guys later. Peace.